Cisco intelligence so that no matter whether you're running titration and or intersite, we will always detect any vulnerability and reduce that time to remediation. So with that, let me take you to my key takeaways for today. By the way, we kept running the poll for a while, and I have to say Deliver IT Services Faster was the one that won. Then migration to the cloud. So I hope this was in line with what you all learned today. But my key takeaways for you are, 1, agility. We need to provide services and we need to provide them fast. So by having built-in automation plus do-it-yourself automation will help you quite a lot in any journey you have. 2, see everything anywhere. We not only monitor everything through 3 centralized point of management, AppDynamics, ACI, and Intersite, but we are also automating and creating proactive operations. And third one, we're consistently secure at the policy and encryption level. So with that being said, all these demos are available on YouTube in Cisco Data Center Made Easy, so please take a look at it and follow us over there. So thanks a lot, and happy Cisco Life, Barcelona.
Goes wrong. The logistics are easy, but to make the puzzle work, that is complicated.
Making the puzzle work is a network of sensors spread across the port's 41 square miles, providing terabits of data. 200 calculations a minute, wind, tides, currents, and visibility to help guide 130,000 ships a year and protect 468 million tons of cargo.
In my function, in my job, the security is the main thing. If we have the right data and the reliability is proven, we can predict what the situation will be 3, 4, 5 hours in advance, and we can plan with that. After careful evaluation and planning, everything is possible in Rotterdam, and that's the thing we are proud of.
The confidence to run Europe's largest port, and one company delivers all that sensor data safely, delivers all that data securely. Between the storied past and a modern efficiency the Dutch would call ongelooflijk, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Here's a question. In a world where data goes everywhere, where does that put your data center? At the moment, trends are born, greeting customers with every detail they need. At the point where all your clouds meet and share, but also on watch, securing everything and everyone. In an uncentered world, you need a data center that extends to every branch, every device, every cloud, everywhere. The Cisco Data Center goes everywhere your data is. Between data everywhere and exactly where you need it, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
There is something unique about a baby's cry. Like no other sound, it stirs our instinct to nurture and protect. Unfortunately, those cries sometimes go unheard. Because in some neonatal wards in Uganda, there isn't enough equipment or staff. Now those cries can be heard with the help of a wearable monitor that displays critical information for each baby, enabling nurses to immediately respond with the proper care. This life-saving technology was developed by Neopenda, a medical device company serving emerging markets and underserved people. Cisco's support helped Neopenda further develop the technology that connects its devices. This is one more example of how Cisco empowers social entrepreneurs to use innovative technology to make the world better. Between a baby's cry and a nurse's care, there's a bridge.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The Ellen Show is the #1 daytime talk show in America. By far, the biggest thing we do all year is our Mother's Day event. It's so much fun, and our fans just love it. We spend a lot of time aligning the show with brands that want to be a part of the Ellen experience.
Hey guys! Hey New York! Hi! There were a bunch of moms-to-be all over the country who tried to get tickets, but they could not get tickets.
We're usually working on a really tight schedule. The faster we can launch or join meetings, the better.
Hi. I am going to use Cisco video technology to surprise them. I don't want to surprise the baby out of you, but surprise!
Some of us are in LA, some of us are in New York. There's an enormous amount of collaboration that goes on between us. And it really doesn't matter if we're on a laptop in our office or on the lot.
We're back, and so far no one in the audience has gone into labor. Well, we're just getting started.
Because we don't always have things nailed down until the last minute, communication becomes a really big deal. Being able to share, tweak, and review Microsoft Office documents within WebEx Teams and actually see those changes as they're being made, that's huge. We do hundreds of integrations every year, so we've gotten to the point where if we weren't using WebEx Teams, it would just slow the whole process down. With Cisco WebEx Teams, we know this is going to be the best Mother's Day show ever.
Between teamwork and the biggest show of the year,
Be kind to one another. Happy Mother's Day!
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Every day, every night, everywhere. People are living on the streets. We see it. We all know it's a problem. But what can we do? In Brisbane, Australia, 2 young mates decided to do something. They would start small. They decided not to call them homeless. They would call them friends. Then, they outfitted a van with a washer, dryer and a shower and hit the streets of Brisbane to wash their friends' clothes. Orange Sky was born. One van quickly became 2, then 4, then 20. The operation, staff, logistics needed to scale, and quickly. So Orange Sky found a partner. Cisco tailored a Meraki network that can grow as they grow. Intuitive dashboards at the head office and robust Wi-Fi in every vehicle let Orange Sky monitor vans and onboard devices remotely via the cloud. Cisco WebEx connects leaders in real time with staff and volunteers, whose energy and enthusiasm is essential to the model's success. What happened? Something wonderful. While friends waited for their clothes to wash and dry, they talked. A simple connection, joining a community, perhaps for the first time in years. If one load of laundry can do that, who knows what's possible? Between cleaning clothes and creating a community, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
When mankind took its first steps on the moon, the images were captured with a lens made by Zeiss. When precision is in question, in manufacturing, science, medicine, anything, the answer, accurate to 200 billionths of a meter, is provided by Zeiss. Getting it right. Getting it precisely right. For nearly 2 centuries, Zeiss has set the standard for industrial precision and optic excellence. Looking forward, looking further, and innovating to get there. Now, technology is pushing us faster than ever toward a more connected world. Can Zeiss lead the way? They're already there. Zeiss has partnered with Cisco. Innovation and precision are now online. A team from Cisco Customer Experience working with Zeiss has designed an innovative IoT strategy, setting a new standard for Zeiss connected data. Cisco Kinetic enables Zeiss to securely gather more information than ever, putting it to use in ways never before imagined, predicting performance and protecting uptime. Cisco WebEx brings Zeiss technicians and industrial customers together at a moment's notice, enabling innovation on the fly. The result? More advanced products, happier consumers, increased revenues. What they say is true. They don't make them like they used to. At companies using Zeiss, partnered with Cisco, they make them better. Between precision and the pace of business, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
I was running the plumbing business. It was great. We prospered and things were well. And then I got hurt and the spiral began.
Every night across America, 500,000 people go to sleep homeless.
When you're in the street, you are invisible. You're out there, nobody sees you.
You have to make hard choices, really hard choices.
As unimaginable as that is, even more are at risk of becoming homeless.
There are homeless from every profession: plumbers, electricians, doctors, financiers, a quantum physicist.
Which is why we're committed to help put a roof over the heads of those who need one most. And for those at risk, helping them keep theirs.
With all the homeless people out there, we were chosen for an apartment. It's better than the lottery. This is a place to live.
Together, let's be the bridge to a place called home.
I don't know you, but I love you for what you've done and how you helped me.
Technology. There's never been more potential at your fingertips. But technology is only half the picture. Introducing Cisco Customer Experience. We're here to help you get the most out of your technology, because behind the billions of connections, we believe there needs to be a relationship. Someone who can position you for continuous innovation. Someone who can help you design a roadmap for your next 5 weeks or your next 5 years. Someone who can be with you from whiteboard to reality. We'll help you transform not just your technology, but your business. We understand that your customers expect a lot of you, and we're here to help you deliver. Innovating, creating, delivering, transforming, with the right people and the right technology together. This is Cisco Customer Experience. Between technology and where it can take you, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Technology often comes down to a choice. This or that. Do you need 5G or Wi-Fi 6? Mobility or security? Should you be in the cloud or a data center? Do you need this gen or next? The answer to all these questions is yes. Now you don't have to choose, because there's one network that's ready for anything. It's called intent-based networking, and it's only from Cisco. A system built for Wi-Fi 6? Yes. And ready for 5G? Yes. And the numerous machine languages of the IoT? Yes. What about security and threat detection? VR, AR, AI.
The answer to your question is yes.
Intent-based networking from Cisco. Wireless first, cloud-driven, data optimized. Between what's now and what's next, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Hola y bienvenidos. My name is Rohit Sani, and I'm a Group Product Manager on the Cloud Security team at Cisco. I'm happy for you to join me here today. Today's topic is self-care for busy professionals, learning to invest in yourself by gaining practical advice that you can use today to train your mind to see the good in every situation. This particular topic is a deeply personal one for me, and I want to take you through this journey of hopefully storytelling and sharing life lessons. Our agenda is as follows. I'll start with mind, body, and spirit, the intersection of all three of those and how that balance is so important. We'll then go into a 5-step process that I found to be very helpful, a framework, let's say. Based on learnings and authors and bloggers that I follow, I'll be sharing stories, and one of those is focused on something called the DOT. I'll leave that as it may, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go about, and we'll close with a call to action. So let's begin. What does it mean to be healthy? Healthy is the intersection of all these three things: body, mind, and spirit. We'll actually begin with mind in a few seconds here. But if you think about this and step back, think about having a good, healthy mind, the fact that you are present, you practice mindfulness, for example, but you may not be healthy from a body standpoint. Maybe you're overweight. Maybe you're breaking down in terms of your body based on how you've treated it in the past. You may have a healthy body, but in your mind, you may not be feeling present or clear. You might have a bunch of thoughts rolling in your head that prevent you from sleeping at night or staying focused. And finally, spirit. You may have two of the three. You might have body and mind, but in terms of spirit, you don't feel like you're doing enough to give back. You don't feel a welcome spirit, one of gratitude, that you're helping maybe humanity. And that may be important to you, or it just may not be present today. I feel that all three of those are very important, and recognizing those imbalances can make a big difference. We often find that the biggest battle is between our heart and our mind, and controlling that is the key to life. I know that in my experiences in life, I've found that I've sometimes been imbalanced. I've also had situations in my life where perhaps I was doing a lot in terms of spirit and feeling good about that, and my body was very active and healthy in terms of what I was eating and how I was taking care of it. But from a mindfulness standpoint, I was conflicted. I felt it in my heart, and things just didn't feel right. I go for a run, and I'm worried. Even after what should be a stress relief, where you're in a better mood. Sometimes we say about workouts, you're only one workout away from a good mood. Well, in that case, I didn't feel it for weeks upon weeks. And in that particular case, I actually had to leave my employer because I was so stressed and not feeling it in my mind. And that's a very short example of what that imbalance can feel like. Now, I'm not a doctor, nor have I actually played one on TV, but I've read a lot about this tiny almond-shaped lobe in your brain called the amygdala that I'm showing in the graphic here.
The amygdala is actually responsible for decision making, for emotion, and for memory. However, it also is important, and why I'm bringing it up is because it focuses on negative information. Have you ever thought about how sometimes our mind focuses on negative information? Someone is not doing well, there's negative news that's out there on TV, or we read about something, and we gravitate towards it. And we don't quite understand why. Well, the amygdala is actually responsible for that. So in my mind, I think, fight the amygdala. Fight this tiny almond-shaped lobe in your brain. It's obviously important for decision-making and memory and emotion, as I mentioned, but it also feasts on negative information, and that's something that we should just be cognizant of. Part of that also translates to what you see here. It's not what happens to us in life that's important, it's the way we react to it. The reality is life happens. As much as we can plan things out, we can be methodical about the way we approach our day, a situation, something we're going to do, things happen. If you have kids, you know this. If you have a spouse or partner, you know this, right? There are things that just happen to us that we have to react to. As soon as we start becoming comfortable, things change. And so it's really our attitude and how we react to those situations, see the good in things, that makes the difference. It's easier said than done, I understand that, but it takes a lot of practice. And if you can just see the positive in situations, say, I'm going to roll with it, things happen, life happens, and maybe this was meant to be, then you'll see things in a slightly different way. And that sometimes makes all the difference. Let's shift a little bit to body. So I went from mind to body. And this is sometimes evident of things that we see at our local gym or where we're exercising, right? I'm the gentleman here that's looking to my left, and I'm saying, I wish I looked like, I look normal like that guy. I bet he's happy. So this is an assumption this individual is making. Now that individual in blue may be thinking slightly differently, right? He may not be thinking about that or even looking to his right to see what that gentleman is glancing at. He may be looking to his other side and thinking, well, I wish I could lose these love handles like that guy. I bet he feels secure, right? Once again, this is an assumption. We always want something better. We always wish we were something else. And if there's any message you take away from our talk here today, it's this. Start with the present. You are where you're supposed to be. Deal with that reality and take a step forward to get better each and every day. We can't resolve the fact that we should be 20 pounds less weight or we should be this point in our career. It might sound nice, and maybe that is the truth, that we should be there based on our trajectory and what we've done, but we're not there, and things happen to us in life. So start with the present, deal with reality, and take a step forward and try to get better each and every day. As such, try not to compare yourself to others. There's really no comparison, as you can see with this quote, between the sun and the moon. They shine when it's their time. When it's your time to shine, you will shine. Sticking with the body, there are a lot of natural things that are out there that we can use. And I love this quote that I saw. I believe it was actually at my local gym, and I found it, and it ended up being a nursery rhyme that I didn't realize. It states that the best 6 doctors anywhere are as follows: sunshine, water, rest, air, exercise, and diet. All natural things, all things that are available to us in different parts of the world. Hopefully, you have access to clean water, you have access to sunshine. I implore you to get that if you don't. And sometimes we're privileged that we have that. I understand that as well. But these are all natural things that are generally out there without any sort of supplements, drugs, or any enhancements. And so I encourage you to seek those out as much as you can. It really helps the body. What also helps the body is something very natural that we don't always think of. It's this. It's water. And sometimes I find that if I keep water in front of me or have my water bottle that I travel with, I drink it a lot more. I felt I had to drink that since the slide is all about water. But nonetheless, it really helps in all the ways that you see here on the slide. Preventing headaches, metabolism, One of the best things you can do in the morning is have a glass of water by your bedside and drink that. And sometimes people believe it should be slightly warm with some lemon and turmeric, like my mom will tell me. Some people like it just room temperature, some like it really cold, whatever makes sense for you. But it's important to have that, and it really helps with a fresh start, but it also helps with clear skin and having a better mood. And once again, it's typically accessible to us. We don't often drink it enough, but it's very, very important. Another thing that's very important that we sometimes take for granted, and sometimes we have to have technology, funny enough, remind us, is to breathe. I find this fascinating. I do have an Apple Watch, as you can see here, and it reminds me almost every day to be still and to take a deep breath or have a minute of breathing. And typically I'll find myself doing this as I'm putting my kids to bed or after a workout. But just think about that. Technology actually has to remind us to breathe. We're breathing at all times, but we're not always taking deep breaths. One of my latest mantras has been, and I was sharing this with my partner, is when you feel really angry or stressed, take what I said in the previous slide, take a big glass of water and down it, and then take 10 deep breaths. Deep breaths, and do that 10 times. And then see how your mood is slightly different. You've allowed yourself to retrospect and breathe, and maybe that situation that was really stressful to you is not going to be as stressful. Or you've had the time to think about what made you angry, what made you upset, something someone else was doing. And after that glass of water and those deep breaths, perhaps you might feel slightly different. Try that. Let's transition a little bit to eating. And I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this, to be honest, but I found this quote to be very helpful, which is, keep good things in front of you. If you don't want to eat those bad things, like those sweets or those other maybe treats that you have that may be important to you in certain times, maybe comforting, get rid of them. Keep the good food in your fridge, and you'll tend to eat those good things. When you reach for that snack, if you have that drawer at work or perhaps in your backpack, keep good ingredients there in front of you. And there's a ton of them out there. It's important to start to read labels. This is something, honestly, I didn't even think about until my, say, mid-20s or 30s. Taking the back of a, say, granola bar, turning it around and actually reading that label, looking at things like serving size and calorie count. And more importantly, nowadays I'm actually spending time looking at glucose or sugar. There's a ton of things that have a ton of sugar, and we don't always realize that. So take the time to actually educate yourself and learn about that, and keep those good things around you. So when you turn in those times when you really feel hungry or hangry, sometimes they say, that you reach for good things. This particular quote is actually just a picture I took from my local YMCA, where I live in Silicon Valley. And it says, don't go on a diet. Diets are notoriously ineffective and rarely work for the long term. It's one of the strongest predictors of future weight gain. Instead, adopt a healthier lifestyle, incorporating whole foods, more movement, exercise, and nourishing your body instead of depriving it. Now, I will state that a lot of what I'm sharing here is a personal bias that I have. I'm conscious of that. And I know there are a lot of people that do subscribe to diets. In my experience, they don't always work, and I've never been a fan of those. It may be effective for you. However, I also feel, if you step back, that why deprive yourself of things that you do enjoy? Once in a while, it's okay to enjoy that pizza or that craving that you may have. There's something called the cheat day, funny enough, that a lot of people subscribe to. If you're doing healthy things during the week, 6 days a week, take a day and indulge, and that's okay. You want to have that dessert, you want to have that meal, or someone wants to share some treats with you that they made, maybe home-baked items, go ahead and have that. Don't feel guilty. But don't deprive yourself of those things. Naturally focus on having healthy meals the majority of time, moving your body, and typically those healthy lifestyles will become habits over time. This quote essentially says the same thing, but the main takeaway I have from this particular saying is to find things that you love to do. I think that's hugely important. I tell this to people all the time with respect to exercise. I'm a huge fan of exercise. It's what fuels me, and I always take at least 30 to 60 minutes a day to find that time for myself. This will go into the framework we'll talk a little bit about later as well. However, not everyone enjoys going for a run, like I may, or going to the gym. These are things that I practiced over time, and they fuel me because I do things slightly different. But I do try to make it fun. I'm not always doing the same thing day in and day out. However, I encourage you to find things that are fun for you. If you like dancing, dance. If you like walking, walking is one of the best things that we can do and something you can do till your older ages. Likewise, swimming. But if you like more non-traditional things like gardening or just going for a long walk on the beach or something else, some other cardio, let's just say, then go ahead and do that. But make sure it's fun for you. I also translate that to music. Sometimes music can really fuel you and provide you inspiration. I can tell you from personal experience that sometimes putting on that right song at the right time can give you that extra push that will make you go for that extra mile or do that extra set of push-ups or weights. And it's amazing how that can play into our psyche and sometimes even affect our entire day's mood. I tell people sometimes that you should have a theme song, and that can change by the week or sometimes by the day. There's so many great subscription platforms that are out there today. Pick one: Pandora, Spotify. There's other ones in, I think Deezer is one in Germany, if I recall correctly. Whatever it is, subscribe to one, discover music, talk to friends about it, and you might find inspiration in a particular song that you hadn't discovered before. Share that with others, and that will really fuel you, like this beautiful quote states. As we wrap up the section on mind, body, and spirit, I'm going to talk a little bit about now the aspects of spirit in a second, but sometimes our mind is so busy at the end of a given day that we don't spend enough time soothing it and calming ourselves down. And I've often read that people make a concerted effort to wind down at the end of the day. Now, you can do that in many different ways as a ritual. You could start dimming the lights. You could have a glass of water and digest your food after some time. You can read a book, which is, I find, one of the best things to really just wind down and make you sleepy. And so whatever it is that you do, try to calm yourself down. But one of the key things is don't look at your phone. Don't look at technology if you can prevent it. Start to go dark after 10 p.m. or 10:30. Now, I'll admit, I'm guilty of this all the time. Myself and my partner, we have to work sometimes after putting our kids to bed, and it's difficult at the end of the day because you haven't found time during the day to complete all the things you wanted to do. So you have to deal with that reality, but as much as you can, try to wind yourself down, and you'll find that you'll have much better sleep as a result of that. The body benefits from movement, and the mind benefits from stillness. Think about the juxtaposition there, right? We've just talked a lot about moving your body, being active, but the mind just wants deep breathing, wants you to be still. Now I'd like to go a little bit into spirit. And spirit is really about positive thoughts to me. Surrounding yourself with positive thoughts, positive energy, it will restore you and ultimately make your body healthier. Think about stories. Think about people that we know. If people are always complaining and talking about negative things, gossip, let's just say, it doesn't always fuel you. But think about positive stories that you hear in humanity, in people helping each other and good things that they did. That really does provide inspiration, and that typically enlightens yourself and your mood. So try to think about that. I find it fascinating that a lot of these things that we've just discussed in the last few minutes are actually learned at a very young age. When my two daughters were in kindergarten, I would see tons of things around the classroom where I'm like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. We should not hit people. We should play fair. We should share things, and we should give back and have balance in our lives. So if you think about this slide and all the things that we typically learned at a young age, they're very true today, but we often forget them. With respect to that, I think about the spirit and gratitude. And these are some pictures that I'm sharing from my personal experience. I have been fortunate enough to spend time volunteering. And this is something I love to do, and typically has to do with children. As you can see on the top right side here, I spent time in a HIV/AIDS orphanage in India. I spent a greater part of my life just volunteering with an NGO called Freedom Foundation outside Hyderabad, India. And the 20 plus kids that I spent time with there were just fascinating. These kids were anywhere between 2 and 12 years old. They all were HIV positive, and their parents were no longer around because they either passed away or abandoned them. I didn't cure cancer. I'm not a doctor. I just went there every day and spent time with them. I sat with them. I didn't actually even speak the same language. I speak Hindi. They spoke Telugu in Hyderabad. But I played with them. I played cricket, which I enjoy doing, and I learned from them. I spent time at festivals, and we built a library for them, or I fixed computers, whatever I could do. But it was my contribution, and really at the end of the day, it provided me energy and gave me a lot of inspiration to keep me grounded. Likewise, when I came back to the States from that experience, I wanted to make an effect in someone's life. And I met a young boy named William, who is an undocumented immigrant, although he didn't know it at the time. I met him through Big Brothers and Big Sisters. He was 14. He's now 23. And I happened to have the experience of spending time with him. His parents left to go to Mexico one day, and they never came back. They were undocumented, and they could never return back to the States. Shortly thereafter, he found out that he was not born in the States and was no longer a citizen. He was actually born in Mexico, but his parents never told him. So to this date, he continues to remain undocumented, but he is thriving. Through our support and through his own, through just his own accord, he's done a lot of great things to improve life for himself and for his siblings. And so I get a lot of inspiration from him, and we stay in contact very often. This last picture probably begs some explanation as well. You're wondering why I'm in a tutu. One of our friends had triple-negative breast cancer, and so I just did a fundraiser for a half marathon that I was running. I said if I can raise over X amount of dollars, I'll go ahead and wear a tutu during the entire race. Now the fact is, I got this tutu from my younger daughter's preschool teacher. It was a size too small. I put it on that morning, and I think I felt I had to go to the bathroom pretty much in my first mile. I never stopped. I just kept going and going because I wanted to make my time, and it was a great experience. But these were just 3 examples of things that I've done that fuel me, give me inspiration, where I was able to give back. And I continue to do that today in many ways through coaching my daughters and spending time with kids. You don't have to do those things. You can choose your own path, but having that positive spirit and surrounding yourself with learning really, I find, gives you inspiration, but also grounds you. Like, we're really lucky to have this platform, all the things that we have around us, and typically most people in the world don't have that. So let's be thankful for all the things we have, and I find that that allows you to really just open up and do greater things in the world. So let's focus on a little framework that I like. It's a 5-step process. That starts with focusing on yourself. Think about an airplane and the oxygen mask. And maybe you've heard this analogy before. Why do we put on the oxygen mask first as opposed to giving it to someone on our side? It's because we need that energy. We need to be running on full versus empty. If we just grind ourselves down day in and day out and we're running on empty, we can't give of ourselves. If we have enough energy and we focus on ourselves, we can give a lot more to others. Step number 2, make time for the things that are important. We are often guilty, myself included, of saying, we're too busy. It's been busy. It was a busy day. We didn't have time for this. Too busy is really a myth if you think about it. People are spending time on something. We all have the same 24 hours. We're spending time doing something. Maybe it's watching a show. Maybe it's on our phone, looking at a social feed. We're spending time doing something, and it's not something else. So I find that people do make time for the things that are really important to them. If you look back in retrospect on your day, look at all the things that you did. You spent time on those, and you didn't spend time on something else. So that's what you prioritized, which will go into our next topic shortly. Something I did want to highlight about making time is a fascinating book called Make Time. This is actually something that in our product organization at Cisco, we read. All the product managers read this. And it comes from Jake and John, who both spent time at Google. And they have this really great framework that you can see an image of here, where they talk about what is my highlight today. If I wake up in the day, or maybe even the day before, which I encourage you to do, take a Post-it, write down what are the great things that you want to do the next day. What is your main highlight? I want to give this talk to all of you so you're aware of self-care. Or I want to really finish that coding project and crank out the code that I wanted to do to help my teammates. Or I want to spend time with my spouse. Or I want to make a fabulous meal for my family. That's your highlight. Gravitate towards that, laser focus on it, and see the things that give you energy during the day. It's about self-recognition and using that framework. I encourage you to look that up. In terms of prioritization, which I hinted earlier, try this saying, I don't have time, it's not a priority, and see how that feels. Once again, we all have the same 24 hours, but we're choosing to spend it on certain things. So if you can actually say in front of someone, I didn't have time because it wasn't a priority, that will really hit home as to whether that individual that you're speaking to or that thing that you want to do is a priority or not. Set boundaries. One of the authors and bloggers that I follow is a gentleman by the name of James Clear. He resides in Columbus, Ohio in the States. And he says, the ultimate productivity hack is saying no. For those of us who work in the product management space, we're notorious for saying no to engineers and other teams. It's actually a mark of a good product manager to say no. Why? Because you can't say yes to everything. If you said yes to everything, you're probably oversubscribed, you can't do it all, and someone is going to be disappointed. Likewise, you have to say no to things in life. You can't go to every event. You can't say yes to every social obligation. And you're just going to tax yourself. You're not going to take out time for yourself. So ultimately, you do have to focus on saying no. And it's a very difficult thing to do. I'm not trying to say it's easy. You have to practice it. And you also have to make sure that other people's feelings are not hurt. If you have family, you have relationships, you can't say no again and again to attending something with your kids or your partner or family members. They're just going to cut you off. They're not going to invite you after a while. So you have to balance that. You have to find the right balance to take out time for yourself, but also say no to certain situations that maybe you already experienced, maybe it's not a learning opportunity, or it's just not a focus right now because it's taking you away from what really energizes you or what your highlight of the day was. Another very important lesson is that little steps matter. Little and often makes much. This once again comes from James Clear, where he says, optimize for tomorrow, as in literally the next day. Don't think about a week from now, a month from now, or a year from now. Just save to be a little richer tomorrow, exercise to be a little fitter tomorrow, or read to be a little smarter tomorrow. 1% every day. And so he has this fascinating graph that I'm going to share with you that really extrapolates this out. And for those of us who like science and math, I thought I'd share this with the community. The power of tiny gains. If you just get 1% better every day and focus on that, 0.99 to the 365 power, 1.01 to the 365 power is 38% rounded up better in a year. Think about that. You're 38 times percent better at the end of a year by just making 1% incremental improvements every day versus the opposite of that, as you can see. So that's just focusing on not trying to do too much, just trying to get a little bit better, pushing yourself a little bit more each and every day. Another thing I think about is pushing yourself slightly to the edge. Think about any of us who've attended, say, a sports or recreation class. Maybe you attend one of those boot camps that are so famous, or a biking class, or a friend invites you to some yoga session, but it's an advanced yoga session because they're used to advanced sessions. You go there, you push yourself, and then you find yourself never coming back. Does that sound familiar? We've all somewhat been there, whether it be with exercise or doing something extreme. And so the Goldilocks principle, if you know the story, says it's not too hard, it's not too soft, it's just right. But finding that balance of just right and slightly above that is something that we can really embrace when it comes to our mind and body and spirit, but also as it relates to work. If you can find that right project that pushes you just a little bit, but not too much, you're going to be in that zone where you're really going to be able to push yourself and benefit from that. And so that's something that as a leader, we can give to our teams, but that's something you can also recognize in yourself. Is it too intimidating? Have I been given a project or something I'm embarking on that's just way too much? I'm over my head. Sometimes people will react to that in a negative way, and you might revert. Whereas you can embrace the challenge if you find something that is slightly at the edge of what you know you can do. Another framework I really love is from a book that I've read called Life as Sport from Jonathan Fader. I encourage you to read it, especially if you're like me and you like sports analogies. And he focuses on something called the DOT, D-O-T, doing, outcome, and thinking. We often gravitate towards the outcome, right? We want to be somewhere in the future. We want that VP position, we want to be 20 pounds lighter, etc. But we don't always focus on what we're doing day in and day out, how we visualize those things, our breath, our routine, our process, nor do we focus on how we think about those situations, our self-talk, how we psyching ourselves out, or we motivating ourselves. Jonathan Fader talks about doing things, thinking the right way, their mindset, and not focusing on the outcomes. The outcomes will just follow and naturally over time. You might see the intersection between this framework and what James Clear talks about, what I highlighted earlier. Very similar, where they're not focused on the end result, but really on what you do day in and day out and how you improve your situation and how you think about that. So, this comes again from a quote that I found. Why focus on process when the world is outcome driven? Don't results matter? Yes, they do matter. You can take shortcuts, you can optimize for the outcome, and you may win one time. But if you optimize for the process that leads to great outcomes, you'll win again and again. Think about that, right? We can all take shortcuts. We can all find ways to get there. And sometimes people take extreme measures to get there. You often find that in sports where athletes will take certain enhancements or drugs to cheat their way to the top. And maybe that will fuel them. Maybe that will give them the next contract. But there's a repercussion for that. They may win then and there, but they're not going to win every time. Their legacy may be tarnished at the end of the day. And I'm sure you know people like that. So if we optimize for the process that leads to great outcomes, we'll do it again and again. We can win and again. We can win again and again, and that really is the right approach. A way to start, and a very simple one, is make your bed. It may sound very trivial and very basic, and you might be thinking to yourself, Rohit, what are you talking about? You put a whole slide up here just about making your bed? Yes, I did. I say it to my kids every day. It's something I do day in and day out, and it's a habit of mine. Before I've even brushed my teeth, I've probably made my bed. Even if I'm late for work, I'll probably stop and make my bed. If somehow the bed is not made in the way I want, just because I'm anal about it, I'll make it again. That's just me, right? But it's still something that you can do as a first thing, and you've accomplished something, right? Just like people have sometimes done a bunch of work before 9 a.m., like gone to the gym, or had time for themselves, had a nice breakfast, read a book. It's some accomplishment that will fuel you and motivate you. And so the simplest thing you can do is make your bed in the morning. Another thing that you can do to retrospect on this that I found is journaling. Now, I actually don't do this, but I found this 5-minute journal concept. I do this in slightly different ways, I'll admit. I do have a lot of thoughts in these journals that I write and keep with me on planes and trains and things of that nature. But if you use this framework of the 5-minute journal, you'll see that it reflects on a lot of the things that we've talked about today. Inspirational quotes that you find. How would I like to make today great? What energizes me and what's my highlight of the day? What are my challenges? What am I grateful for? That intersection of mind, body, and spirit is documented here. And so this is just another tool that you can use in your toolkit to think about this and force it. It also makes a wonderful gift, by the way. So give it to yourself or give it to people that you know and care about. Another very important thing, I'd be remiss if I didn't focus on this, is support. You want to find support for all these things. You need to let people know in your life and in your circles that you're trying to improve your life, that you need to take time for yourself. I just need 30 minutes. I need 60 minutes. My family knows this about myself. If they see me go out for a run or they see me go to the gym, they're like, okay, Rohit needs this time. That's all he asked for. The rest of the time is for the family, so we appreciate that. You need support from the people around you, whoever they may be. And we all have different circles, whether they be at work, ourselves, our own mind and talking to ourselves, our friend circle, or those in our family. There's an intersection or Venn diagram of those, as you can see, but share that. That will also help with accountability at the end of the day. So with that, I'd like to end with a call to action to you. If there's anything that you've gotten out of this talk, and hopefully there's a few nuggets that we've been jotting down, it's about recognizing those imbalances. If you feel off in some way, I'm spending a bunch of time at work, but I'm not spending enough time on myself. I'm not spending enough time with my family, or I'm not spending time in my own thoughts to be creative. Recognizing those imbalances, I have found, is so key. And it takes a ton of time and effort to be able to do that. I'm in my 40s now, and I've discovered that only in this period or in this decade of my life. So don't beat yourself up. It takes time, but just recognizing that imbalance is half the battle. Also, as I mentioned earlier, go with the flow. Sometimes you can't control life. Life happens, things happen. Go with the flow, see the positive in all the situations, but still find ways to make time for yourself. Even if it's 5 minutes in a day, do that. Go in a corner somewhere, do some deep breathing, find a way to just do a 10-minute exercise set, whatever it is that you need to do, and that will fuel you, but also give you time to retrospect in your own thoughts. Seek support, as I touched on earlier. And finally, and really the most important thing I can say, make it fun. I tell my girls who I coach is you should respect each other, listen to your coaches, give your best self, right? Try your maximum effort, but ultimately, have fun. You're here to have fun. If the sport doesn't feel fun, if this process is not fun, let us know. So find fun in all the things that you do, because ultimately that's what life is about. You want to commit to the process, and that will ultimately determine your progress, as the quote says here. And finally, because I'm a fan of quotes, I'm going to end with this. One of my favorite quotes from Roy Disney, which is, when your values are clear to you, making decisions is easier. It allows you to feel grounded once again and know that this is important to me in life. As a result, I'm going to make this decision. I'm going to say no to this, or I'm going to spend time here because that's important to me. They're part of my core values. And once again, that requires a lot of retrospective time in your own thoughts to recognize that. With that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to thank the Master Series Studio and the crew here in giving me this platform to share this with you. I'd like to thank you for listening. Please take a step forward and look to get slightly better each and every day. We all have an opportunity to do this, and so I encourage you. There's never been a better time than today to start. Thank you.
who can steer them to less congested attractions, so crowds are more evenly distributed. Smart street lighting monitors foot traffic, automatically controls brightness when and where it's needed most, and pinpoints outages in real time, so repairs can be made faster. And with special terminals monitoring multiple cameras, data can be compared simultaneously. making the city safer than ever before. As for the people of Kyoto and the millions of tourists who visit every year, they have just one thing to say about their new smart city. We can't wait to see what's next. Between ancient and smart, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The electricity is always there. We don't worry about it. We don't think about it. Never do we think about an attack on the power grid. It is like this all over the world. It is like this in Finland. Turku Energia supplies electricity for hundreds of thousands of people. Because its operations network was independent from IT, an attack could have found its way into the grid and no one would have known, until it was too late. By extending the IT network out to operations, Cisco was able to help secure the entire system, both now and in the future. And with Cisco IoT technology, the new virtually fail-proof system is as reliable as it is secure, one unified network. It's why tonight, in Turku, life will go on like it always has and always will.
Between on and always on, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
For years, we've been hearing about IoT.
Ooh, look, my cat just woke up. Let me put the lights on for her.
It's time to get real. This is about big industry-changing things, complex things. It's about a network of things that includes this, and these, and that thing, and whatever this is. You've got more data than you can shake a stick at, and that stick generates data too. This is industrial-strength IoT. It connects turbines to power grids, pipeline operations to refineries, first responders to life-saving devices. It's a big challenge, and it makes a difference to our lives. So how do you meet it head-on? Not like this. Like this. Only Cisco can securely connect tens of thousands of assets at the farthest edge of your network to the heart of your business, no matter the scale. With security built in, not bolted on, and a flexible network to grow as your business expands. Now, IT's happy, ops are happy, innovation is accelerated, business is transformed, lives are improved. Between big ideas and big results, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
This is the data center, and it deals with demand. Demand that's coming from anywhere, any place, any device. Billions of things, millions of apps, clouds of all kinds, demands for capacity, for analytics, for real-time insights, giving customers exactly what they want. And it's all landing right here. But that's okay, because you're not just waiting for it. You've got ACI Anywhere, a remote control that gives you the power to answer any need, choose any cloud, manage and secure any demand, right from here. So tell them to bring it on. You're ready, anytime, anywhere. Cisco ACI goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. The power is here, and here, but also here, and definitely here. Anywhere you need the full force and power of your infrastructure, hyper-converged. It's like having thousands of data centers, wherever you need them, powering applications anywhere they live, but managed from the cloud. So you can automate everything from here. Cisco HyperFlex goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. National Instruments had a predicament. Bandwidth demands were on the increase. And while growth is good, their IT budget wasn't keeping pace. Not so good. IT needed to deliver more bandwidth to offices around the world while keeping spending under control. That's not so easy.
Suddenly, the company that helps engineers accelerate innovation found themselves needing help. Oh, and it needs to be fast, flexible, affordable, and secure too. A tall order, but by no means an impossible one. Not with the decision to turn to us, the people who invented the network in the first place. Using a Cisco SD-WAN solution in Cisco services, we massively increased their bandwidth. Where their budget held them back, we propelled them forward. Now, most companies would be delighted right there, but we went further. Network deployments are faster than ever. And where their old network generated problem tickets faster than anyone could count, the number of WAN-related tickets has decreased 70% in the past year. All of this to prove that between those frozen processes of yours and free-flowing productivity, there's a bridge. Tell us what you're imagining, and we will build the bridge to get you there.
Stel je voor, de eerste zijde uit China. Kruiden uit Indië. Thee, rubber, suiker. Al de rijkdom van de wereld gaan we hier, in deze plaats.
For over 500 years, the lifeblood of commerce has flowed in and out of the port of Rotterdam. Today, it's on a scale and at a speed never before imagined, until now.
There is a lot at stake. We have vessels entering the dangerous cargo. We have very large container carriers. If one gets stuck in the entrance, the entire harbor is jammed. Consequences, safety-wise and economically, are immense if something goes wrong. The logistics are easy, but to make the puzzle work, that is complicated.
Making the puzzle work is a network of sensors spread across the port's 41 square miles, providing terabits of data. 200 calculations a minute. Wind, tides, currents, and visibility to help guide 130,000 ships a year and protect 468 million tons of cargo.
In my function, in my job, the security is the main thing. If we have the right data and the reliability is proven, we can predict what the situation will be 3, 4, 5 hours in advance, and we can plan with that. After careful evaluation and planning, everything is possible in Rotterdam, and that's the thing we are proud of.
The confidence to run Europe's largest port, and one company delivers all that sensor data safely, delivers all that data securely. Between the storied past and a modern efficiency the Dutch would call
ongelooflijk,
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Here's a question. In a world where data goes everywhere, where does that put your data center? At the moment, trends are born, greeting customers with every detail they need, at the point where all your clouds meet and share, but also on watch, securing everything and everyone. In an uncentered world, you need a data center that extends to every branch, every device, every cloud, everywhere. The Cisco data center goes everywhere your data is. Between data everywhere and exactly where you need it, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
There is something unique about a baby's cry. Like no other sound, it stirs our instinct to nurture and protect. Unfortunately, those cries sometimes go unheard. Because in some neonatal wards in Uganda, there isn't enough equipment or staff. Now those cries can be heard with the help of a wearable monitor that displays critical information for each baby, enabling nurses to immediately respond with the proper care. This life-saving technology was developed by Neopenda, a medical device company serving emerging markets and underserved people. Cisco's support helped Neopenda further develop the technology that connects its devices. This is one more example of how Cisco empowers social entrepreneurs to use innovative technology to make the world better. Between a baby's cry and a nurse's care, there's a bridge.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The Ellen Show is the #1 daytime talk show in America. By far, the biggest thing we do all year is our Mother's Day event. It's so much fun and our fans just love it. We spend a lot of time aligning the show with brands that want to be a part of the Ellen experience.
Hey guys! Hey New York! Hi! There were a bunch of moms-to-be all over the country who tried to get tickets, but they could not get tickets.
We're usually working on a really tight schedule. The faster we can launch or join meetings, the better.
Hi. I am going to use Cisco video technology to surprise them. I don't want to surprise the baby out of you, but surprise!
Some of us are in LA, some of us are in New York. There's an enormous amount of collaboration that goes on between us. And it really doesn't matter if we're on a laptop in our office or on the lot.
We're back, and so far no one in the audience has gone into labor. Well, we're just getting started.
Because we don't always have things nailed down until the last minute, communication becomes a really big deal. Being able to share, tweak, and review Microsoft Office documents within WebEx Teams and actually see those changes as they're being made, that's huge. We do hundreds of integrations every year, so we've gotten to the point where if we weren't using WebEx Teams, it would just slow the whole process down. With Cisco WebEx Teams, we know this is going to be the best Mother's Day show ever.
Between teamwork and the biggest show of the year,
Be kind to one another. Happy Mother's Day!
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Every day, every night, everywhere. People are living on the streets. We see it. We all know it's a problem. But what can we do? In Brisbane, Australia, two young mates decided to do something. They would start small. They decided not to call them homeless. They would call them friends. Then, they outfitted a van with a washer, dryer and a shower and hit the streets of Brisbane to wash their friends' clothes. Orange Sky was born. One van quickly became 2, then 4, then 20. The operation, staff, logistics needed to scale and quickly. So Orange Sky found a partner. Cisco tailored a Meraki network that can grow as they grow. Intuitive dashboards at the head office and robust Wi-Fi in every vehicle let Orange Sky monitor vans and onboard devices remotely via the cloud. Cisco WebEx connects leaders in real time with staff and volunteers, whose energy and enthusiasm is essential to the model's success. What happened? Something wonderful. While friends waited for their clothes to wash and dry, they talked. A simple connection, joining a community, perhaps for the first time in years. If one load of laundry can do that, who knows what's possible? Between cleaning clothes and creating a community, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
When mankind took its first steps on the moon, the images were captured with a lens made by Zeiss. When precision is in question, in manufacturing, science, medicine, anything, the answer, accurate to 200 billionths of a meter, is provided by Zeiss. Getting it right. Getting it precisely right. For nearly 2 centuries, Zeiss has set the standard for industrial precision and optic excellence. Looking forward, looking further, and innovating to get there. Now, Technology is pushing us faster than ever toward a more connected world. Can Zeiss lead the way? They're already there. Zeiss has partnered with Cisco. Innovation and precision are now online. A team from Cisco Customer Experience working with Zeiss has designed an innovative IoT strategy, setting a new standard for Zeiss connected data. Cisco Kinetic enables Zeiss to securely gather more information than ever, putting it to use in ways never before imagined, predicting performance and protecting uptime. Cisco WebEx brings Zeiss technicians and industrial customers together at a moment's notice, enabling innovation on the fly. The result? More advanced products, happier consumers, increased revenues. What they say is true. They don't make them like they used to. At companies using Zeiss, partnered with Cisco, they make them better. Between precision and the pace of business, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
I was running the plumbing business. It was great. We prospered and things were well. And then I got hurt and the spiral began.
Every night across America, 500,000 people go to sleep homeless.
When you're in the street, you are invisible. You're out there, nobody sees you.
You have to make hard choices, really hard choices.
As unimaginable as that is, even more are at risk of becoming homeless.
There are homeless from every profession: plumbers, electricians, doctors, financiers, a quantum physicist.
Which is why we're committed to help put a roof over the heads of those who need one most. And for those at risk, helping them keep theirs.
With all the homeless people out there, we were chosen for an apartment. It's better than the lottery. This is a place to live.
Together, let's be the bridge to a place called home.
I don't know you, but I love you for what you've done and how you helped me.
Technology. There's never been more potential at your fingertips. But technology is only half the picture. Introducing Cisco Customer Experience. We're here to help you get the most out of your technology, because behind the billions of connections, we believe there needs to be a relationship. Someone who can position you for continuous innovation. Someone who can help you design a roadmap for your next 5 weeks or your next 5 years. Someone who can be with you from whiteboard to reality. We'll help you transform not just your technology, but your business. We understand that your customers expect a lot of you, and we're here to help you deliver. Innovating, creating, delivering, transforming, with the right people and the right technology together. This is Cisco Customer Experience. Between technology and where it can take you, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Technology often comes down to a choice. This or that. Do you need 5G or Wi-Fi 6? Mobility or security? Should you be in the cloud or a data center? Do you need this gen or next? The answer to all these questions is yes. Now you don't have to choose, because there's one network that's ready for anything. It's called intent-based networking, and it's only from Cisco. A system built for Wi-Fi 6? Yes. And ready for 5G? Yes. And the numerous machine languages of the IoT? Yes. What about security and threat detection? VR, AR, AI.
The answer to your question is yes.
Intent-based networking from Cisco. Wireless first, cloud-driven, data optimized. Between what's now and what's next, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Cisco Live and this Master Series studio. My name is Andy Shalaman, and I'm here to present about doing microsegmentation with ACI and titration. And next to me is Remy. Remy?
Hey, Andy. Seems fun to be here.
It is. So Remy and I have worked together for how many years now?
Too long. Way too long.
Too long, yes. So today's agenda is we're going to be covering why doing microsegmentation is important, how to do it with ACI and how to improve your security posture, and how to use titration to improve your security posture as well. But I really want to begin with why microsegmentation is important.
That's actually a really good question. Why is it important, Andy? Because it
Tell
seems
me
like
more.
too much work.
So why is microsegmentation important? There's a lot of security risks we run into in our everyday world, and more times we keep hearing about people being breached, and really very often the breaches are about lateral movement across your network. And so if you look at the slides, on top of the slide there's sort of the typical three-tier architecture, the web, app, and DB, and a lot of people would think that that's very secure because of the fact that they have firewalls between there. But what happens very often is, a single server can get compromised, and sometimes this is just your HVAC server, vendor server, and in today's world, a lot of these servers are virtualized, and when they're virtualized, people tend to clone them, and when they clone them, they have to have the same security vulnerabilities amongst all those servers. Generally, they're in the same patch level. So if one server can get owned, once it does get owned, with this type of setup, the lateral movement is quite simple. If you can own a server, you can own the second server next to it, and the one next to it as well. So this just adds the amount of problems you can create. Sometimes they're not even the same type of server, but they're on the same patch level. So getting some kind of segmentation is very useful.
So does that mean, are you saying that, so just to understand, you're saying it's kind of open bar between all the servers on the same level?
In general, that's what we see.
Wow, that seems fun.
I know, this is a lot of fun for a hacker.
Oh yeah.
So a very simple microsegmentation use case would be something like, hey, I have my web servers. 99% of the time, there's no reason for my web servers to speak to each other. So if I could just keep them apart, just like I'm doing in the boxes here, if one of the servers does get owned, as we're showing in this slide, that's a bad thing. What's that?
Fancy animation.
I know, I get paid by the animation.
Oh my God.
Every click is an extra $1. And so if one of your servers does get owned, the likelihood of you getting hacked becomes a lot smaller, right? Because those servers can't talk to each other, and we do have some form of security between the app and the web servers. So that's a very simple use case for microsegmentation that some people would enjoy. Other ways of looking at it is you could have your prod, your QA, and your dev all on the same subnet.
Wait, that never happens, Andy. What are you talking about?
Everyone has a very, very well-defined security posture, and they separate all their VMs.
I was a bit scared of what you're saying there. So you're saying that people put that on a flat network? No.
No, this almost never happens.
Okay.
But on the very few cases that this does happen, this is a very simple segmentation process. Keep your prod away from your QA away from your dev, and you're in good shape, and you can still use all the same subnet. And the idea is now your automation orchestration can get a lot simpler because I don't care that I'm all on the same network.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and then another very simple use case is, hey, I don't have to split my web app and DB on separate subnets. If I can do some form of segmentation, I can say my web can talk to my app can talk to my DB, and the usual, my DB cannot talk to my app. A very simple use case, but can be useful for some people.
So is that more like simplify the kind of the networking constructs and without compromising security?
Exactly. At least this is a simple way that people would consider microsegmentation as well.
Okay.
But one thing that's super important, that if you get nothing else out of this entire session, and you probably won't, you cannot do any kind of segmentation without having some sort of application dependency map. You need to know that app talks to DB and not to web, and how to do that is it's simple to say web app and DB. In the real world, it's never that simple.
Oh yeah, because you don't even know which servers are actually part of web and app and DB usually if you're talking about like 10,000 of workloads running across your environment.
Yeah, and things can get really complex. So we have covered up the IP addresses here to hide the innocent. But this is a small, well, it's not a small, this is what a real data center communication looks like.
Oh yeah.
What possible tool could have done such a beautiful picture?
I don't know, Andy, you'd have to tell me, because I'm amazed that seems like great communication. So what you're saying is that the little dots and the arrows are all the communications between tiers and so on?
Yes, and look, the thickness means more or less. The thicker the bar is, the more communication is happening.
Wow.
It's like a chord bar or a chord graph or something.
Chart. Wow. Yeah. I wonder what could have done that.
But to be serious, doing segmentation on this would be very, very complex.
Yeah.
Right? And so if you look at it, this is just one small data center or one real big data center, and all those conversations are going around. And to be fair, because I'm going to give away the ending, this is not something that you can just do with something like ACI.
No.
And then finally, if you look at a simple thing, this is a single application. So we were talking about web app and DB. That doesn't exist, right?
Oh, really?
Yes.
The famous 3-tier app that everyone uses doesn't exist.
That doesn't exist.
It just broke
this
my
is what an
universe.
actual app looks like in a data center. And so you can see the complexity and the fact that we're going to have to do something a little more complex than just web app and DB. Which brings us to sort of the ways of doing enforcement, right? There are two types of enforcement points we're going to talk about today, a host-based and a network-based. And they all have good and bad things about them. I mean, the host space is close to the application, but it has some cons because it's guest OS dependent, and sometimes it can be complicated. Network-based is also very good, and that's the one that you see with firewalls, general or access control lists. They're very good things that are distributed, and you can do a lot of bulk of data. But there are some cons because you're not very close to the application sometimes. You have memory and TCAM requirements, and it just could be very complicated as well. So the real idea here, and the reason we're doing this as an ACI integration session, is because we feel that combining both a host-based and network-based tiered security is the right way of doing it. And it's good because it's tiered, and it's good because you can have operational diversity as well.
So the idea is kind of going towards defense in depth with having some policies maybe a bit wider that can go higher, and then the farther you go down the stack, the more, let's say, fine you are in terms of policies?
Absolutely.
Wow.
And if only we had some slides to cover that.
Yeah, wouldn't that be awesome, right?
That would be amazing. So, this is coming to you.
There are some slides then.
Wow,
so,
shocking to me. I should have looked at the slides ahead of this presentation.
That would have been nice, but then, so, in short, to a hammer, everything is a nail, right?
Yes.
It's as simple as that. And so when we see a problem, we try to apply the same technique every single time. And the problem we're having is that, well, I mean, some things are not very well enforced on network. That's just a thing that's like that. You've connected to a firewall with over 1 million ACL, I'm sure.
Just a couple, yes.
Just a couple. You know how
but at the bottom, there's always a permit any, so it's okay.
Exactly, the CYA protection, the famous one. So yeah, no, absolutely. So in the end, you're thinking, well, okay, if I have that big, why can I just put less policies per VM and just have them across all the VMs? And so if you look at how the thing is done, on one firewall, you would have, for example, 1,000 policies. But maybe you might want to move to, say, hypervisor-based enforcement. But then so you have 2 hypervisors, still the same amount of VMs. So you get maybe 2 times 500. Right. It's 1,000, I heard.
I'm doing the math in my head.
Yeah, it's very complex at this time. Or you can actually make it very simple, and you could have 100 times 10 policies. Obviously, in real life, it wouldn't probably not fall that perfectly in terms of spread, but that gives a good idea of where it goes.
Absolutely, and it gets simpler when you do it this way.
Yeah, even just think troubleshooting. I mean,
there's never troubleshooting. Everything always works.
I forgot about that. Everything is about perfection, right?
That's right.
So if you take my very simple classic enterprise network, right? It's always as simple as that. There's a firewall followed by a fabric followed by VMs, right?
That's what everybody's network looks like.
That's what I thought. Some people tell me that you can do more complex things. I don't get it. So let's look at the firewall at the edge.
Right.
It's a hardware box. It means it can do high throughput. It can do some advanced features in it. So actually, it's a pretty good place to enforce incoming traffic. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now, would you want to actually drag your traffic coming down from the internet down to final server to go and enforce? I mean, that seems a bit far.
I probably wouldn't.
It's not a great idea. I mean,
nope.
Some people may have tried. Let's put it like that. But the problem with those boxes is, well, I mean, the blast radius is, it's pretty big. If you mess it up, you're kind of dead. The system is down.
It's the good old story of hard outside and soft, chewy inside.
Exactly, just like chocolates. So the beauty of that is, if you think about it, if you could get to have a very low rate of change at the edge, and then keep the higher rate of change towards the interior of the data center, you're actually going to reduce the risk of breaking something as well.
Absolutely. Or the risk of breaking everything is a better way
actually,
of putting it.
That's probably much more accurate.
Yep.
So what you would do there is you would create some super coarse rules, like internet is allowed to access my load balancer over port 80 and 443. Campus is allowed to access my DC on 389 and 443. That's it.
That's it?
And you don't change it.
Ever?
No.
Okay.
So obviously from a security standpoint, if you leave that like that and you don't do anything more, it's probably a bad idea.
Where does my permit any go?
No more permit any, Andy. It's finished. No more permit ID.
No more job security for me.
You don't need it anymore.
Fair enough.
And then, now remember, we're layering, and I think that's really important. Don't stop at the first part. If people are watching, be careful. Don't stop now. Listen to the whole thing. So now we look at ACI. ACI has this concept of EPGs, which we can simplify in zones. I mean, it's probably not fair, but it's simplified in zone. And ACI happens to be ASIC driven. Yep. So if you look at that, I mean, it can take high volume of traffic, and basically it's going to handle that really well.
Yep.
But then again, do you really want to come and touch that thing every single day, modify policies?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, but why would you want to do that as well?
No, you don't want to be touching the policies on that. It may even be a change management nightmare.
Oh yeah, my God, don't start with that. That's so terrible. So let's look at that. Now we have some different sets of rules here, because now we can say campus is allowed to access dev over port 80, because you know it's dev can go over port 80, and campus can access prod over port 443.
Yep.
Trusted can access shared over like 53, 123, 389, the kind of classical kind of shared services ports. Again, it's wide, but it's tighter than the edge of your network. So as you move forward, it's actually getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
And those groups can also be dynamic. So if you're using something like VMware ESXi, I can tag VMs, and as I tag VMs to it, they will end up in the right EPG. So it becomes dynamic without you having to touch the policy.
Yeah, that's even perfect. So now everything is dynamic in your DC without change request.
Exactly.
That's the future.
Is that the future?
That's the future.
We're there. This
we're
is
there.
so exciting.
We're there. Now we're getting to the final step. Ready?
I'm ready.
Let's talk about micro-segmentation. And when we talk, I want to clarify, when we say micro-segmentation, we actually mean micro-segmentation. We don't mean micro-zones. Because I mean, that's something that tends to be confusing on that. So now we are moving one step down. And now the traffic that's actually arriving to the host has been cleaned up quite dramatically. Like no more internet traffic, campus traffic is clean, and now the access is actually restrained. So my rate of traffic is lower, and I have more workloads, so I can actually go much finer in policy. So I can go from 1 or 2 policies at the edge, 3 or 4 in the middle, to maybe 10 or 20 down inside the center. And now I can say, well, this Active Directory group is allowed to access this server or port 80. And now you can create those kind of super fine-grained policies go in your environment, coming through dynamic attributes. But if you were to do that on the fabric, you would actually end up doing like so many changes per day that you'd be unhappy.
It would be a tough one to figure out, right? So we can even call this pico segmentation, even smaller than nano.
My God.
We're going to have to like
copyright that? Yeah, I think that sounds.
I can feel the money rolling in as we speak.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a T-shirt.
We'll make a T-shirt out of this one for sure.
That's right.
So that's kind of the idea of how deep you can go at this level in terms of segmentation.
And so now we'll take one of those layers where one of the things I want to be sure that we all get to is the fact that nowhere does this mean that, hey, if you have ACI or if you have titration or if you have ACI and titration, you throw away your firewalls, right? No. It's a defense in depth conversation, and it's maybe you simplify your firewall policy, but you will still need those firewalls there.
Absolutely.
And so now we'll talk a little bit about how to improve your security posture using ACI, and then you are going to take us home with amazing titration knowledge.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm very relieved. I was hoping that that's where the slides were going.
I think, let's see. Yes, it is.
So, if the second thing I'd like to take away from this, the first one was you need to have ADM, an application dependency map. But for me, please, you should realize there is no such thing as running ACI in network-centric or application-centric mode. Are you shocked?
I'm in total shock.
I am shocked too. There is no such thing, folks. Let's just please learn this. These are some terms that we came up with a little while ago where people were talking about just using contracts or not using contracts in ACI. And somewhere along the way there was a divergence. But the reality of this is that in ACI, there is no such thing as application-centric or network-centric mode. You can use both of them at any time. There's no reason for you to lay yourself into a place where you're only using one or the other.
So wait, there's no switch to be application or network-centric?
There is no switch. There's not a network-centric button. You know, we have every other knob. That knob does not exist.
I didn't know that. I was looking for it for like the last 4 years.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
Hey.
So I guess the bottom line of it is that you can bring things in without policy if you don't know what the policy is because you need an ADM. And you can slowly move things to a policy-based model where you start adding contracts. And we're not going to spend a lot of time about covering how preferred groups works and things like that. But the reality of it is that there's all these tools inside ACI that you can use for getting into a policy model, which what people now call application-centric. So there's a few things that you need to know about ACI, and they are important when you are doing your security policy. ACI that uses a concept of whitelist model. The default behavior in ACI is that two endpoint groups cannot talk to each other.
Two endpoint groups, okay?
Okay, that's default. We can check a checkbox and allow them to speak to each other, but the default behavior is two endpoint groups or two zones by default will not speak to each other without the use of a contract.
Okay, so it's kind of whitelisting by default sort of thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then you can even whitelist all the way down to within the endpoint group if you want to, where I can say, these are all my web servers, and frankly, they have no reason to ever speak to each other, even though they're in the same endpoint group.
Okay.
We can even apply policy that says, okay, I will allow ping between the web servers and nothing else. So we can really be very fine-grained within that endpoint group range. But there are other things that are important to understand. When you're talking to your security team, you have to understand that ACI does layer 4 contracts, right? So at layer 4, we do the contract. To be quite fair, it is, I would say, stateful light, meaning you do have a small state engine in the fact that you will allow the traffic back. So if I allow traffic 80, port 80 into a port group, I will allow the traffic to return without me having to open it. So it's not completely an ACL, but it's ACL-like behavior. But it's not stateful. I want to be very careful here.
Okay.
We do not keep SYNs and ACK, flags, things like that are not things that we're checking, not sequence numbers or something like that. It's an ACL. So we run at a layer 4 ACL. It's hardware-based. We can push stateful policies into the vSwitch, though. We can use OVS for some stateful policies, but still at layer 4. And then we can do some stateful connection tracking using AVE or some other tools. But the bottom line of it is still a layer 4 firewall. So if you're going to go to something that's more granular, something that's more defined, then you can go to titration to some more granular policy. And if that's not the use case, then maybe a next-gen firewall for that EPG is the right way of using it, that they can look deeper into that workload.
Okay, I see.
Okay? All of this is enforced at the leaf layer, and it's all hardware-based, and we can do it at line rate. So if you have a 100 gig port, we can do policy at 100 gig. There is no penalty for applying policy.
Okay.
But let's look at the real world, right? One of the reasons that people end up in what we call network-centric mode is sometimes they bite more than they can chew. I know.
You have to explain a bit more.
Yes. Because I think they come into this whole ACI thing and they go, you know what? I'm going to have an ACL for everything. Every single packet that will ever go through, we're going to create a policy for. And without having a good application dependency map, and it's very difficult. And sometimes you end up in a situation where either you just consume too much time, you make things too complex. So when you're looking at this application on the screen right now, that's a real world application. There would be 50, 60 contracts to make this thing work. It's doable, but it's complicated when you first start out. But what we can do, what makes people more successful, in my opinion, is doing something like this. I can tell you that these 7 VMs, these 3 containers, and these 4 bare metal servers are all part of the same application. And if I can just say, okay, I'm going to take all these different parts and put them as a single application, and I will put them into a single policy group, I don't have to go 443, 80, 197, blah, 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 all the port 8080 and all that stuff. I can add them into one policy domain like this, and then have contracts from the outside in, and from that entire application to all my shared services. And now you're looking at 5 contracts per application, and then this is a very easy thing to do with tagging of your VMs, or using an IP address or VM name. You pick the way of doing it. You add them into a single application. Generally, applications do not have to talk to each other in the east-west way. They tend to go across the way you're looking at it that way. And generally, I can make sure that, hey, you go to my load balancer, that's done on the firewall, as you were mentioning before, and then I keep all the rest of it as a single tier. Eventually, I can unpeel this onion, or I'm trying to find, what's a good word for here? I am lost. We can unravel this whole thing, and then we can start adding more policy and more contracts to it. But doing it the way I have it on the screen here, I think it's very achievable. People know which servers are part of which application.
That sounds fair. I mean, and that looks a bit like application-based sort of segmentation. It's simple to understand.
Yes.
Keeps the, again, low rate of change once it's done.
Absolutely.
So
and this is a very achievable way of doing things.
Yeah.
And now, to you, Remy.
So let's
Dazzle
unravel
us.
the onion.
Yes.
So let's see a bit of how we can address that with iteration and what it adds on top of what Andy was explaining from an application standpoint. And indeed, the idea is to move from the application, which is maybe one EPG or maybe more, down to individual VMs with the less, let's say, maintenance or overhead on the ops team. We like ops team. We don't want to hurt them.
And just so we're clear, Remy, they're giving me the stretch signal. They want you to talk about this for about 15 minutes.
For 15 minutes?
I'm feeling that you can do it.
I can do it for like 20 minutes.
All right, we'll do this. Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. So let's talk a bit about a real data center.
All right.
Because in the end, that's really what we're talking about. We've shown the kind of the simple diagram, the one that has, like 3 VMs and that's it. Actually, a real data center is a bit more complex than that.
Sort of like that diagram we showed, that chart we showed earlier with the hundreds and hundreds of flows?
Exactly. And the best part of all that is usually that's not running in one location. So you're talking about multiple sites, you're talking about multiple clouds, you're talking about mainframes.
Oh, I love mainframes. Now you're getting into my sweet spot.
Yeah, I see that. I know it's of your age. So yeah.
Some token ring in there, just in case.
I will put some token ring, absolutely. And so we're talking about multiple layers of virtualization as well. Because in the same way, VMware comes in. Hey, we have lots of overlay solutions and stuff like that. Everyone has a bit of VMware. Okay, Hyper-V comes in. Hey, Microsoft will give you a good deal on licenses if you do virtualization with them. Then some entity in the customer is going to say, we have a container project. We're just starting about that.
Never heard that before.
Oh yeah.
Containers? Is that a big thing now?
No. I think it's vaporware, don't worry.
Yes, it's
And then we start looking at things like the campus, because at the end, we're developing applications and delivering applications so people can consume them. So campus has to come in on that. AWS or Azure or GCP or any local cloud. We don't have any specific shares with AWS. I just want to make that clear. When there.
Should have gone with cloud.
The cloud. The cloud.
Yes. That's the French for cloud?
Exactly. That's the French word for cloud. So that's the environment we live in. And some things we can define in some areas, but there might also be some legacy in some areas where you might not be able to enforce for whatever reason. Some people still run some very old 6500. That's still the case.
They do that, and also they run workloads that can't have any kind of agent on them.
Yeah.
They're bare metal that we have no context into. It can be very complicated.
No, absolutely. So when you're looking at this total mess, but I think we can say it's a total mess,
yeah,
we can derive the kind of rules that we have to define when we're building the policy. And when we're building that, there's a few areas we need to look into. First one, we're trying to protect workloads at the end. Yep. That's our end goal for everything. However we do it, that's a goal.
Absolutely. Connecting users to the workloads is what we're trying to do, and we're trying to do it securely.
Absolutely. And so if you want to protect your servers, there's a few things we need to do. So microseg is one of them, but actually you should do much more in microseg.
Yep, defense in depth, always defense in depth.
Exactly. So let's think the first thing we need to be able to do, handle scale.
Yep.
Seems stupid, but it's very easy to show a demo with 10 workloads.
Yes, on a 3-tier app.
On a 3-tier app.
That doesn't have to use DNS or anything else.
Exactly.
Yes.
Completely.
Always works in my lab.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? We see them every single day.
Absolutely.
So the problem with that is a real environment, especially when containers coming in. Now we're talking about tens of thousands of workloads.
And with containers also coming up and down constantly, right?
Yeah.
It's a very, very fast-moving environment. You can bring up pods in seconds.
Yeah, absolutely, seconds, and you probably have some kind of software development lifecycle process, and then the guys kick off a build, the build starts, and then 500 pods come up, the build runs, 500 pods go down.
Exactly.
You still have to secure them.
Yep.
You don't know how long they may stay.
And the other thing that I think a lot of people don't realize about this is, even if you you automatically are adding those 500 pods. Don't forget you have to also pull them out of your policy constantly.
Exactly.
And the policy churn is ridiculous. I mean, it can be hundreds per minute.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And think about that, if you're making those changes, if you're losing, just to give you an idea, like we run builds in Cisco multiple times per day.
Right.
Imagine if we had to update all our firewalls across the whole campus multiple times a day. I think they might not be very happy about it.
I believe that's going to be a little difficult, yes.
So
do
now
we have to do change management 5 times a day?
Exactly. You know, all the board approval, all that stuff, change request board.
Can't wait for the freeze. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no more builds.
No more builds.
Now the next thing is like I haven't seen a data center yet, which is 100% bare metal or 100% virtual or 100% containers.
Have you spoken to the folks at VMware? Everything is
Oh yeah,
VMware.
I forgot, of course. Everything is VMware.
Oh, that's going to come back to bite me on Twitter. I can feel it now.
It is going to bite you back, that's for sure. So we need to be able to do whatever we're trying to do has to work across everything. And to your point, I mean, some areas you can put an agent. So, I mean, you have, I don't know, a big Epsilon or something like that. So.
Or Oracle sometimes won't let you put stuff on their databases, right? Because they would make it unsupported.
Absolutely. Yep. So if you look at that, you're like, that might be a problem. So we need to build a solution. And when I say solution, I mean a holistic solution that actually works both for things which are on-prem, in cloud, in containers, in bare metal, on mainframes, on a storage server, and so on. That's kind of a challenge around that.
But do we have a solution, Remy?
We may, but you have to stick in until the last slide to know that.
We have a last slide?
We have a last slide.
Can't wait.
Let's talk about speed now. We talk about rate of change, but there's also the rate of application. So changing the workload is one thing. You might have a change across 500 workloads. It's painful. It happens. But when you spin up your container, this container might have a full lifespan of 5 seconds.
Yep.
If you take 1 minute to change a policy across the whole environment, that might be a bit of a problem. So you need to have some very high rates of change inside your policy as well to react to those events across your environment.
And the way it's going today, it seems to be faster and faster and faster, and that's one of the reasons that containers are becoming such a popular way of doing applications moving forward. That microservice architecture is very interesting.
Yeah, because it comes down to the cattle versus pets thing. It's like, if you have cattle, it's okay for that.
Everything I own is cattle, man. I have no pets.
Yeah, I see that. I can see you being a cattle guy.
Just power it off.
And then, as you mentioned, how do you address ephemeral workloads? You set a policy, you enforce it. If you forget to remove it, and you've just left a nice big hole in your environment.
Yeah. And something that used to be a web server may now be a database server. Or,
exactly.
I mean, I'm oversimplifying because containers don't do that way, but yes.
So it would be kind of a problem.
Yeah.
So that's kind of your framework around it. And then there's a few things you need to take into account, from a feature perspective. Lots of activity here.
Somebody wants something.
Yeah, there's a quiz. So the quiz is about, I don't know what. So
I will listen to that while you speak.
Okay, make sure we win, please.
Yes.
So micro-segmentation is the number one thing we want to achieve. It's the biggest bang for your buck. That's really what it's about in there. As you said, if you block lateral movement, you're actually stopping people from moving around in the environment. So it is super important to get there. And it's complex.
Very.
It's complex to, as you said, understand what you need to put in there, how you put it in there, where you put it. All those are the kind of questions you need to be able to address.
Also just being able to have a visibility of where it went, right?
Yes.
So all the visibility and the troubleshooting is incredibly important because just throwing stuff in there without having that visibility makes it unusable.
And then you have the ops guy that chases you down and like, yeah, you told me.
That's right.
We've been
Open
there.
up that case.
So microsegmentation is the best. It's the thing where you can invest probably the more time and you get the more kind of benefit from. But there's a few other things that you need to be able to do. Vulnerability management, without going down to patch management. I mean, people get hacked lots of time because the firewall is badly configured.
No.
I hear that not too often, though, let's be honest. It's usually a bug in software. It usually ends up being that.
That goes all the way back to my very first slide.
Exactly.
You're like,
how surprising.
Shocking. I like how you tie that back together.
It's fantastic, right?
You're a genius.
So we're going through that world, and then we see vulnerabilities, but where you can have an agent, you can actually go deep and see the process, and you can see packages. If I see packages, I can see vulnerabilities. And if I see vulnerabilities, I can help take decisions.
And guess what? You can't do that on your network. All I'm seeing is packets. And this is why we're talking about defense in depth. Right?
Exactly. Exactly, because if to be fair, once your server has been pawned, potentially you might want to say, okay, I might want to take a second action. Guess what? We have a solution.
That's right.
So then you have a few other things that you're going to look at. It's going to be integrity monitoring. Your point you were mentioning, you clone VMs to deploy more and more. So if you get one VM done kind of thing, well, you clone the problem.
Exactly.
So if you can understand how the system is actually moving on the platform, it actually gives you quite a bit of information and understanding of what's going on, what processes hash, how they're behaving. Wait, HTTP server used to be process hash A on this one, and now it's B, but it's still A on 2 other servers.
Gee, that probably means something bad.
I think it's probably something bad. Either the developer changed the binary directly, that's really bad, or someone else did it, and that's even worse. Then we look at things like exploitation and stuff like that. Things will go bad at some point. How do you understand what happened?
Exactly.
I think that's pretty important. And then we're looking at more volumetric kind of data on what happens from a data leakage standpoint. Is someone trying to exfiltrate large amounts of data and so on?
Yep.
And all that can be collected by the software sensor, because that gives us all the value there. But things like data leakage, things like communication, things like dependency maps can actually be also fed back from information coming from the network.
Absolutely.
Cover the blind spots.
Yep.
So you can get a pretty complete view of that.
Again, in depth, in depth, in depth.
Exactly. It's all about going down very deep and going ideally down to the actual sockets running on the server and to the binary. That's what we're going to go through.
Absolutely.
And finally, encryption, because encryption is fun, but now when you see something running over 443, there is no way to know what's running behind it. This guy is really
He is having more fun than we are.
Yeah, he looks like it. We need to go and cut his mic off. But yeah, so with encryption, you actually need this metadata to understand what's running in your network.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, like SSH or port 443, totally doable.
And it's pretty much permitted everywhere.
Exactly.
Right? Yep.
So those are things that you might want to look into. So that gives you a good overview picture of everything that actually needs to happen in that environment.
Is there a product that would actually help us with this, Remy?
There is a product that can help you on that. And this product is called Titration.
I'm going to collect that paycheck later on.
Yeah. you earned it for once. So what does Titration do? What Titration does, basically, everything you saw in the previous slide, it takes and understands what's going on in the network. It builds out a map of what's going on. It tells you what you should enforce from a policy standpoint in your environment to get to an absolute perfect whitelist. Then it goes and manages vulnerabilities across your environment. It tells you what is vulnerable. It tells you what packages, what server. It allows you to define policies based on those vulnerabilities as well. It helps you with detection of exploits, down to hardware exploits, because one thing we haven't covered is obviously like hardware-based attacks. I mean, you talk lateral movement, for example, between two VMs, but you could actually do that technically through the CPU with things like Meltdown or Spectre. So you need to be able to understand that across the environment. Then we're looking at things like integrity, and finally we look at data leakage. But the beauty of all this approach is that everything we build here is actually streaming an open policy out of Titration. So we actually can enforce it, we can stream it out, and then so whatever has been streamed out can be enforced in different points in your environment to get to defense in depth.
Absolutely.
So one single pane of policy, one view to go, test, analyze, validate, everything is fine. One point to actually even troubleshoot your policy across the whole environment.
Exactly.
Pretty cool, right?
That would be cool. Where do I buy more of this?
I'll take your credit card, Andy, it's okay. So to give you this overall picture across the environment, the final view,
Take us
multi-layer
home.
there.
Take us home, Remy.
I will take you home right now.
Okay.
So we have two sets of products, and people tend to think that we're trying to compete between products, but actually that's not the case. We're strongly believing in the defense in depth approach across the environments. And this defense in depth will go through hardware and software working together. I think that's fair.
That's the recommended option for our customers, right?
And at the end, you want to do things like network-based segmentation, network automation. You want to do those things in ECI. It's built for that. It works in there.
It does a great job, yes.
Exactly. And you want to do host-based, process, that kind of details in a software product, which is then iteration. And when you get them together, well, you can enforce everything in the middle.
Absolutely. And with this, also the policy model works exactly right. You don't have to touch the firewalls very often. You don't have to touch the ACI fabric as often, and then all the policy gets, the things that need to be changed quickly happen inside the iteration, and we have probably different ops groups managing all of those policies as well.
Absolutely. So in short, I mean, Andy, I think we covered some pretty deep segmentation.
We
without
did.
any play on words or whatever.
There's probably like 3 people still alive and not asleep, which is very exciting to me.
Or they're blasting us.
Hello, I'm glad that you're still alive. And thank you very much for joining us.
Absolutely, thank you.
And with Cisco IoT technology, the new virtually fail-proof system is as reliable as it is secure. One unified network. It's why tonight in Turku, life will go on like it always has and always will.
Between on and always on, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
For years, we've been hearing about IoT.
Ooh, look, my cat just woke up. Let me put the lights on for her.
It's time to get real. This is about big industry-changing things, complex things. It's about a network of things that includes this, and these, and that thing, and whatever this is. You've got more data than you can shake a stick at, and that stick generates data too. This is industrial-strength IoT. It connects turbines to power grids, pipeline operations to refineries, first responders to life-saving devices. It's a big challenge, and it makes a difference to our lives. So how do you meet it head-on? Not like this. Like this. Only Cisco can securely connect tens of thousands of assets at the farthest edge of your network to the heart of your business, no matter the scale. With security built in, not bolted on, and a flexible network to grow as your business expands. Now, IT's happy, ops are happy, innovation is accelerated, business is transformed, lives are improved. Between big ideas and big results, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
This is the data center, and it deals with demand. Demand that's coming from anywhere, any place, any device. Billions of things, millions of apps, clouds of all kinds, demands for capacity, for analytics, for real-time insights, giving customers exactly what they want. And it's all landing right here. But that's okay, because you're not just waiting for it. You've got ACI Anywhere, a remote control that gives you the power to answer any need, choose any cloud, manage and secure any demand, right from here. So tell them to bring it on. You're ready, anytime and anywhere. Cisco ACI goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. The power is here. And here. But also here. And definitely here. Anywhere you need the full force and power of your infrastructure, hyper-converged.
It's like having thousands of data centers, wherever you need them, powering applications anywhere they live, but managed from the cloud. So you can automate everything from here. Cisco HyperFlex goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. National Instruments had a predicament. Bandwidth demands were on the increase. And while growth is good, their IT budget wasn't keeping pace. Not so good. IT needed to deliver more bandwidth to offices around the world while keeping spending under control. That's not so easy. Suddenly, the company that helps engineers accelerate innovation found themselves needing help. Oh, and it needs to be fast, flexible, affordable, and secure too. A tall order, but by no means an impossible one. Not with the decision to turn to us, the people who invented the network in the first place. Using a Cisco SD-WAN solution in Cisco services, we massively increased their bandwidth. Where their budget held them back, we propelled them forward. Now, most companies would be delighted right there, but we went further. Network deployments are faster than ever. And where their old network generated problem tickets faster than anyone could count, the number of WAN-related tickets has decreased 70% in the past year. All of this to prove that between those frozen processes of yours and free-flowing productivity, there's a bridge. Tell us what you're imagining, and we will build the bridge to get you there.
Stel je voor, de eerste zijde uit China. Kruiden uit Indië. Thee, rubber, suiker. Al de rijkdom van de wereld kwam hier, in deze plaats.
For over 500 years, the lifeblood of commerce has flowed in and out of the port of Rotterdam. Today, it's on a scale and at a speed never before imagined, until now.
There is a lot at stake. We have vessels entering the dangerous cargo. We have very large container carriers. If one gets stuck in the entrance, the entire harbor is jammed. Consequences, safety-wise and economically, are immense if something goes wrong. The logistics are easy, but to make the puzzle work, that is complicated.
Making the puzzle work is a network of sensors spread across the port's 41 square miles, providing terabits of data. 200 calculations a minute. Wind, tides, currents, and visibility to help guide 130,000 ships a year and protect 468 million tons of cargo.
In my function, in my job, the security is the main thing. If we have the right data and the reliability is proven, we can predict what the situation will be 3, 4, 5 hours in advance, and we can plan with that. After careful evaluation and planning, everything is possible in Rotterdam, and that's the thing we are proud of.
The confidence to run Europe's largest port, and one company delivers all that sensor data safely, delivers all that data securely. Between the storied past and a modern efficiency the Dutch would call
ongelooflijk,
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Here's a question. In a world where data goes everywhere, where does that put your data center? At the moment, trends are born, greeting customers with every detail they need, at the point where all your clouds meet and share, but also on watch, securing everything and everyone. In an uncentered world, you need a data center that extends to every branch, every device, every cloud, everywhere. The Cisco data center goes everywhere your data is. Between data everywhere and exactly where you need it, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
There is something unique about a baby's cry. Like no other sound, it stirs our instinct to nurture and protect. Unfortunately, those cries sometimes go unheard. Because in some neonatal wards in Uganda, there isn't enough equipment or staff. Now those cries can be heard with the help of a wearable monitor that displays critical information for each baby, enabling nurses to immediately respond with the proper care. This life-saving technology was developed by Neopenda, a medical device company serving emerging markets and underserved people. Cisco's support helped Neopenda further develop the technology that connects its devices. This is one more example of how Cisco empowers social entrepreneurs to use innovative technology to make the world better. Between a baby's cry and a nurse's care, there's a bridge.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The Ellen Show is the #1 daytime talk show in America. By far, the biggest thing we do all year is our Mother's Day event. It's so much fun and our fans just love it. We spend a lot of time aligning the show with brands that want to be a part of the Ellen experience.
Hey guys. Hey New York. Hi. There were a bunch of moms-to-be all over the country who tried to get tickets, but they could not get tickets.
We're usually working on a really tight schedule. The faster we can launch or join meetings, the better.
Hi. I am going to use Cisco video technology to surprise them. I don't want to surprise the baby out of you, but surprise!
Some of us are in LA, some of us are in New York. There's an enormous amount of collaboration that goes on between us. And it really doesn't matter if we're on a laptop in our office or on the lot.
We're back, and so far no one in the audience has gone into labor. Well, we're just getting started.
Because we don't always have things nailed down until the last minute, communication becomes a really big deal. Being able to share, tweak, and review Microsoft Office documents within WebEx Teams and actually see those changes as they're being made, that's huge. We do hundreds of integrations every year, so we've gotten to the point where if we weren't using WebEx Teams, it would just slow the whole process down. With Cisco WebEx Teams, we know this is going to be the best Mother's Day show ever.
Between teamwork and the biggest show of the year,
Be kind to one another. Happy Mother's Day!
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Every day, every night, everywhere. People are living on the streets. We see it. We all know it's a problem. But what can we do? In Brisbane, Australia, 2 young mates decided to do something. They would start small. They decided not to call them homeless. They would call them friends. Then, they outfitted a van with a washer, dryer and a shower and hit the streets of Brisbane to wash their friends' clothes. Orange Sky was born. One van quickly became 2, then 4, then 20. The operation, staff, logistics needed to scale and quickly. So Orange Sky found a partner. Cisco tailored a Meraki network that can grow as they grow. Intuitive dashboards at the head office and robust Wi-Fi in every vehicle let Orange Sky monitor vans and onboard devices remotely via the cloud. Cisco WebEx connects leaders in real time with staff and volunteers, whose energy and enthusiasm is essential to the model's success. What happened? Something wonderful. While friends waited for their clothes to wash and dry, they talked. A simple connection, joining a community, perhaps for the first time in years. If one load of laundry can do that, who knows what's possible? Between cleaning clothes and creating a community, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
When mankind took its first steps on the moon, the images were captured with a lens made by Zeiss. When precision is in question, in manufacturing, science, medicine, anything, the answer, accurate to 200 billionths of a meter, is provided by Zeiss. Getting it right. Getting it precisely right. For nearly 2 centuries, Zeiss has set the standard for industrial precision and optic excellence. Looking forward, looking further, and innovating to get there. Now, technology is pushing us faster than ever toward a more connected world. Can Zeiss lead the way? They're already there. Zeiss has partnered with Cisco. Innovation and precision are now online. A team from Cisco Customer Experience working with Zeiss has designed an innovative IoT strategy, setting a new standard for Zeiss connected data. Cisco Kinetic enables Zeiss to securely gather more information than ever, putting it to use in ways never before imagined, predicting performance and protecting uptime. Cisco WebEx brings Zeiss technicians and industrial customers together at a moment's notice, enabling innovation on the fly. The result? More advanced products, happier consumers, increased revenues. What they say is true. They don't make them like they used to. At companies using Zeiss, partnered with Cisco, they make them better. Between precision and the pace of business, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
I was running a plumbing business. It was great. We prospered and things were well. And then I got hurt and the spiral began.
Every night across America, 500,000 people go to sleep homeless.
When you're in the street, you are invisible. You're out there, nobody sees you.
You have to make hard choices, really hard choices.
As unimaginable as that is, even more are at risk of becoming homeless.
There are homeless from every profession: plumbers, electricians, doctors, financiers, a quantum physicist.
Which is why we're committed to help put a roof over the heads of those who need one most. And for those at risk, helping them keep theirs.
With all the homeless people out there, we were chosen for an apartment. It's better than the lottery. This is a place to live.
Together, let's be the bridge to a place called home.
I don't know you, but I love you for what you've done and how you helped me.
Technology. There's never been more potential at your fingertips. But technology is only half the picture. Introducing Cisco Customer Experience. We're here to help you get the most out of your technology, because behind the billions of connections, we believe there needs to be a relationship. Someone who can position you for continuous innovation. Someone who can help you design a roadmap for your next 5 weeks or your next 5 years. Someone who can be with you from whiteboard to reality. We'll help you transform not just your technology, but your business. We understand that your customers expect a lot of you, and we're here to help you deliver. Innovating, creating, delivering, transforming, with the right people and the right technology together.
This is Cisco Customer Experience. Between technology and where it can take you, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Technology often comes down to a choice. This or that? Do you need 5G or Wi-Fi 6? Mobility or security? Should you be in the cloud or a data center? Do you need this gen or next? The answer to all these questions is yes. Now you don't have to choose, because there's one network that's ready for anything. It's called intent-based networking, and it's only from Cisco. A system built for Wi-Fi 6? Yes. And ready for 5G? Yes. And the numerous machine languages of the IoT? Yes. What about security and threat detection? VR, AR, AI.
The answer to your question is yes.
Intent-based networking from Cisco. Wireless first, cloud-driven, data optimized. Between what's now and what's next, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Hi there. Welcome to another session of the Master Series from Cisco Live in Barcelona. So my name is Peter Jones. I'm a distinguished engineer in Cisco Systems. I work in the enterprise hardware team. But today I'm not really going to talk about technology, we're going to talk about people. So the title of this session is Becoming the People Switch, but it's really about the transition from being an IC to being an evangelist and influencer. So in the best terms of preparation for software, I found my interviewer on the weekend. He's very nice. So my interview today is going to be Jens, and so I'm going to throw it to Jens. Jens, can you introduce yourself?
Sure, thanks Peter, thanks for having me. My name is Jens Söldner. I'm in my main role professor for IT security and information systems at the University of Applied Sciences in Ansbach, Germany. That's near Nuremberg, close to Nuremberg. Nuremberg is close to Munich and Frankfurt, if you're not familiar with the lay of the land. And I'm here at Cisco Live in my role as a consultant and freelance press. So I cover the event for Heise Media in Germany and the IX magazine. And I know Peter for a couple of years and very happy to be here.
So you get to lead off.
Peter, I know you in your role as the Ethernet guru, but your role has evolved over time. And I see you talking all the time to all sorts of people and they react very friendly to you. So you're kind of a people switch. How come?
So, I think it's sort of a long story. When I think about it, I think there's a basic idea in Australia that we should play as a team. So there's a saying in Australia that a champion team will beat a team of champions. So I've always thought of myself as a jack of all trades. And so I don't believe anyone succeeds by themselves. Mm-hmm. So the name actually came about a while ago. I was at a meeting in IEEE 803. And these people showed up, and they're actually a company working in Li-Fi. And I knew something about them because they had a relationship. They're obviously new, and as we'll talk later, right? Every standards group is a different culture. So it's like I went and said hi. They explained what they wanted, and said, "Okay, I know the set of people you have to go talk to." So I wheeled them around. I did the introductions, so they could become effective faster. So that was good for me and good for their company. But it was actually the right thing to do. So I was halfway through this, and one of the people I work with says, "You're a real people switch." I went, "Oh, that's a good name." Because if you think what a packet switch does, when the packet arrives, you take a look at it, then you stand it where it should go. So I try to do that with people. And you don't need, if there's a hard problem, you don't have to know the answer. you have to know where they go to next. Does that make sense?
So it's basically some sort of economy of scale. The more people you switch, the better you get at it. And if you have developed some sort of like understanding for people by switching a lot of them, it gets better and better. So originally you started out as some sort of internal engineer, right?
Sure.
So it must be quite a big way from the engineer kind of nerd who develops chips and so on to be a people person. Can you elaborate a little bit more on this?
Sure. So I actually started with Cisco at the end of 2005. And so I wandered around just doing some small things for 6 months. But then I got put on a project that was at that stage called NGWC, the next generation wiring closet. Of course it's the next generation because there's always a next generation. So at that stage, the project was in its infancy. We were trying to reimagine the most successful switching product on the planet, version 50. So I came in, I didn't know the Cisco product that well, and hadn't done many switching ASICs. But I had the ability to come in and bridge across people. So one of the things I did initially was they assigned me to go and assemble a software architecture for this new stackable system. Now, I didn't know the software architecture existed already, but I could go out and ask people and then form together a group of people to run this. So I effectively edited and assembled the software architecture. As it went on after that, then I got asked, okay, can you sort of sit between what the ASIC guys want to build and what we think we want to use and bridge that gap? So that worked out. And so what happened was I became what's called one of the G5, the group of 5 reviewers, what would go into this ASIC. Now, I started working on this in mid-2006. We actually shipped product in January 13. First ASIC was back 2011, so it was a long project. So with long projects, they tend to, they vary out. So we had to make sure that we could decide what had to go in and what had to go out. So I became part of a cross-functional group to do that. So at this stage, I'm really interfacing between the ASIC guys, the hardware guys, the software guys, and product management. We're also doing it between the switching group and a wireless group. So I think what it did was that it almost helped I'm Australian because I wasn't in any of the cultures that were there. So I could really start to think about how can I work around culture to bridge the gaps between people. And so that went on, and so when we're getting close to shipping the product, sort of mid-2012, I got asked to go to Cisco Live to help support it because we were starting to teach our sales engineers how to make use of this thing. I mean, let's imagine if you come in with a brand new product that does it differently and the field aren't ready for it, it's bad. So I got assigned to go and help teach the field this. And they sort of liked me, so then someone took me along to Cisco Live to start talking to customers. Now, because I've actually been in a field role before, I was quite comfortable doing that. And so it just spiraled from there. I was going to more Cisco Lives. Then in 2014, I got asked to go and do work in IEEE. So I started from 82.1, which is bridging and TSN. But I moved to 82.3 when a project started. So it was a project started by one of our competitor technologies to say, we want to do this thing. But at that stage, Cisco was 6 months away from shipping product. So in standards world, what often happens, if you're behind, you start a project and you say, we should both restart, right? Just start again. So I got assigned to go over and work in 82.3 and try and make sure that didn't happen. So 82.3 these days is mostly physical layer guys, right? They're signal analysts, they're low-level guys, they're signal integrity. That's not me. But what I did know was how it fit into our system and what value it would have for customers on that. So the tricky thing about working at 82.3 is it's individual voting. Anyone in the room can vote, mostly. You need 75%, 3/4, to actually make a decision. So if your room is full of your competitors, your suppliers, your consumers, the cabling guys, how do you construct 3/4? So I went through this and was like, how am I going to deal with this? So I start off with the fact of, I want to tell a story about what's best for a customer. Because often the technical people will argue about coding formats, right? Is this code better or is that code better? You want this FEC, you want that FEC. Our customers actually don't care if we deliver bits via carrier pigeon. So by telling a story of value and understanding the different groups, I could construct the consensuses. So for any different given major position, I could find out how to get our 75%. So the result of this is we went through as fast as possible. So there's a first stage of the project where you really decide what you're going to do, then you start to do it. So we got through that first project as fast as possible. In the first meetings of the task force, we agreed our baseline technical proposals. So thereafter, it was just walking it through. So that was a huge learning of how to go and find a way to tell stories and understand people. So I came in from outside the group with some knowledge. Now I came into Cisco, which is handy, but you can't go into this group and say it's Cisco, because I'm from Cisco, you should listen to me. It doesn't work. So the fact I could work out how to represent the customers to these guys and then them to each other helped us get through. It was a long answer, but does it make sense?
Yeah, quite awesome, quite awesome. So you have quite a varied career, I would say, like developer, industry evangelist, people switch, and so on. So can you share with our audience like a couple of like personal tips on a development level? Like how do I find my position to play and how can I get ahead in my job while at the same time doing good to the overall community, helping other people? Can you share a little bit about this?
Sure, I can certainly start. I mean, one of the things I believe in is playing as a team, right? So we had this conversation earlier. Let's imagine you're following football or soccer for the Americans. Let's imagine I had Real Madrid and everyone on the team was Ronaldo. That doesn't work so good. Well, let's imagine you want to play a particular position. Say, I want to play goalie, but they already have two goalies. So then you look at the team and you work out what it needs and how you can contribute. So, again, as I said in the Ethernet standards, what they're actually doing is a whole lot of complex signal processing, right? To figure out how much DSP do I need? Let me trade off the DSP resources with the channel. That's very high level stuff. But you can follow along and work out where to ask questions, right? So let's say there's a discussion between two people with two different proposals. You can start off with saying, okay, I sort of understand what you want, like, why do you think yours is better than his? What are the trade-offs? Equally, when you're reviewing documents, I'm not going to be able to review all the math behind it, but I can read the document and see if it's consistent. I can cross-check things. That's a case of coming up with your skills and seeing where you fit into a team. But to do that, you have to believe that success as a team is more important than personal success. Because if you come in trying to be the king, the ruler, it just doesn't work. So I think you start off saying, what's my goal? If your goal is to just succeed as an individual, I think you should be in a different business. If your goal is to take the set of people around you and deliver something that works, I think it becomes much easier. But you have to put your ego to the side. Now, that's hard, right? There was times in the standards group that I had to, you got to calm down because we have this thing about decorum. But you try and make sure that you present to the entire group how you see the compromises. Now, if you don't win them all, but if you start off with that focus on value and then try and understand everyone around you, it's easier. If you just try and make your point again and again and again, it's not so good. Like, if I went to Germany and I said, give me this, I don't understand. I want this. Just saying it again and again louder isn't really effective. I mean, you must have run across this in your career, right? Either in your university career or as teaching, right? You have to understand the people you're teaching to. So let's imagine you talk to a class of first years versus fourth years. You don't, even at the same material, you don't present it the same way. So the way I think about this is there's three basic things in communication. It's a talker, a listener, and a message. So if I just speak to you the way I think about it, you may not understand. So like in this conversation, if it doesn't make any sense, you're going to go, I don't understand. So a good talker starts to understand the listener, that's empathy, and will encode the message for the listener. So ideally, if I'm going to Germany, I'll speak in German. But if I go down to South Africa and speak in German, not so good. Now, there's languages, but there's culture barriers as well, and they're almost harder to deal with.
Right.
When you have a language barrier, it's really clear there's a culture barrier. But when everyone speaks English, it's harder to detect there's a problem. So you would know this as well. If you work in industry and you work in university setting, you can't treat them the same.
No, absolutely not.
And so what you often find is people come in if they come in with a set of assumptions, they try and treat everything like the same thing. You know, we do this a lot in our business, right? I am right and here's why. But if you start with empathy, you think about how you're communicating who to. So a really good listener will help you, right? They'll do things like facial indications. Another thing is called reflective listening. So reflective listening is actually a parenting technique, which I learned because my kids went to a participation school and I had to go do parenting classes. So let's imagine your 5-year-old comes up to you very excited and says, Daddy, Daddy, I made a plane. If you go, well done for making the plane, she doesn't actually know if you understood. So what you would do back is you reflect it back in your own words, right? I see the plane as this, and you put it together that way. Then she knows what you said. So let's say I'm talking to someone I don't understand, I'm going to go back, here's what I think you said. Now, if I got it correct, we understand each other. If not, you say it again. So this is not a part of the whole communicating. Where do I come from? What am I trying to communicate? Who to? How can I say it so I'll understand? Now, in the world of base T5s that I work in, they call this tuning. Because the transmitter and the receiver have to tune together. So the receiver has to move to figure out where the transmitter is. So in that world, I'll explain it like this. The receiver tunes the transmitter. But the transmitter gives you clues. And you must have found the same thing, right? Because I know you said that you write. Imagine if you were writing a piece and you did not understand your audience. How would that work out?
Complicated, yeah. You have to adapt somehow.
But if you don't know the audience, what do?
Try to find out more about them.
Sure.
Try to gather information and get a feeling.
I mean, at a very basic level, if you're writing for a mostly English magazine versus a mostly German magazine, the storyline's the same, but the way you say things is different.
Definitely.
Because the cultural background is different.
Definitely. I see this a lot when I compare articles in both magazines. Makes sense. So a lot of life wisdom in there. And you spend a lot of your work time or even like free time leading a non-profit vendor alliance. We've already talked a little bit about this. So how do you apply these principles that you have outlined in these cases?
So this is a bit of an interesting story. So as I told you, mid-2004, so if I back up 2013 I was looking for my next promotion. So I reported to a VP. So he had a director I worked closely with. So I went and said, look, I want to move forward, right? What do you think? So that stage I was a principal engineer, which is the 3rd top rank in Cisco technical. I wanted to become a distinguished. So basic level is principal is mostly internal. Distinguished engineer is supposed to influence industry. So he said, no problems. Let me just go and Google you. He did, and he got back nothing.
Okay.
So it's like, well, okay, got it. So I negotiated with my company to send me back to standards work, which I'd done before in a previous company. So I was really interested in time-sensitive networking, because that's where I sort of come from. So I went back to Attitude at 1, and I started trying to establish myself there. Again, get to know the culture, the people, work out how to contribute. But as I said before, in late 2014, we had this product coming out that we would call Cisco M-Gig or multi-gigabit. Standards now to 3BZ. And that goal was actually to run faster speeds over copper cables. So Cisco was within 6 months of shipping product when this started. So what had happened was we were up in Ottawa. So I was in one meeting, and my top 3 colleagues from Cisco said, hey, there's this thing happening, go talk to him. So I tried to figure out what was going on, and so that week was very busy trying to figure out, because if this had gone badly, right, our product shipments would have been delayed a couple of years. So I went back and I wrote basically a report up for my boss and his peer, software VP and hardware VP, and I said, look, here's what I believe we need to do. Here's the way it should happen. Here's why I'm not the right guy to do this. And they read the report and they said, excellent, thank you very much, wonderful, go do it anyway. Okay. And what often happens, because IEEE is a very technical conversation, you can't really talk about much in the market, and so you can't collaborate too heavily. So what we did in parallel is set what's called a vendor alliance. So it's a non-profit to advocate a particular technology. So our competitors had one that was called the MG-based T Alliance. We set up the M-based T Alliance. Initially it was 4 companies. It was Cisco, Freescale, Xilinx, and Aquantia. Aquantia was the phone manufacturer. So we had to set up a board. And Aquantia was the president, and so me and the marketing guy I'm working with, we should be chairman. It's like, well, do you want to do it? He says, no. It's like, okay. So I became chairman of that alliance. So that alliance started in November 2014. It then continued, it wrapped up about mid-19. So we grew from 4 members to about 55. We told the story of value. We also were very crisp about how that went. So that folded back into the 802.3 and formed a consensus. So we advocated for what we did, why it made sense, and why we had to get it to market. At that stage, I'm the chairman of a non-profit alliance, which is sort of weird. But for that, I had to go. So luckily at the front, they took me out to do some press training. And so then, because I had the front for press and for analysts and for media and for going outbound. So it's like, okay, go do these new things. So that was very successful. It achieved its goal. When it came to the end of its time, so the non-profits, when they dissolve, you have to give away their assets. So if you have money, you can give them away to another non-profit. But what I wanted to do was make sure we held the brand we built and also the IP. So what I did was I negotiated with the Ethernet Alliance. So back up for a second. The Ethernet Alliance is an organisation that represents all of Ethernet. It's all like the Wi-Fi Alliance, but for Ethernet. So M-based T Alliance was a subset of that. So what I negotiated to do was to fold the alliance in. Transfer the assets, transfer some members, so all that stuff could continue. At that stage, it was like I've been being a chair for a while. It's like I'll go off and be quiet for a while. So at the same time, we had another project coming up in 802.3 to talk about 10 megabit single pair Ethernet. And there's another master series on that one. So what I thought I would do is start a new subgroup inside Ethernet Alliance to advocate for that. Because you need a lot of business development to make sure you can create the consumer demand. So I'm happily going off and doing that. I'm talking to partners, I'm going out to automation fair shows, I'm beating the drum everywhere. So what happened was the current chairman of the Ethernet Alliance, the previous to me, his name is John D'Ambrosio, he'd been chairman for a long time, done a wonderful job, but he had to step back from the role. And so at the minute, on their board, they had some people more functional, but they needed like the outbound evangelists. So they rang up and said, would you consider doing this? And I said, this is a great honour, are you sure? And he said, yeah, we talked about it. So, okay, so then I went and had a conversation with each one of the board members saying, look, here's what I would like to do. And they said, we think that works for us. So one of the things I want to do is EA tended to focus more on very high-speed networking and power, and I want to tell a bigger value of Ethernet story. I also want to get more voices out there in the world. So I don't believe that the leader is the thing by himself, right? There's a saying, a leader without followers is the guy taking a walk. So my goal is to try and take the industry forward. So to do that, we have to better explain the value of Ethernet to our users. We have to explain the needs of our users to the standards community. I also need to relate sideways to be like the Wi-Fi Alliance, maybe the industrial people, because if you build a network, you can move forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. So that you had quite a varied career in the last couple of years. Have you encountered any challenges around like finding a voice of your own in all of these vendor agreements and also like a foreign land like this Ethernet Alliance? Any challenges you want to share?
Sure. So I think the thing is, so I'm an Australian, there's not that many of us, and so to some extent I'm always in a different culture. But so for instance, let's say I stand up, the Ethernet task force working group I think is 500 people, and they're split down. You go, okay, I come in, first meeting I'm sitting at the back, what do I do next? Now some people just stay at the back, they monitor, and that's fine, but it doesn't get you any influence. So then you have to start, okay, let me watch what's happening for a while and see who influences, who's interesting, who's presenting well. Then you start going up and ask them to explain. So, and there's sort of that way. There's also, I had help from a bunch of social media people. It's almost the same thing. You watch who influences, you watch who's intriguing, and then you sort of look at that, then you think, how will this fit for me? because I need to find my own voice, right? So let's imagine, a friend of mine is Sylvia Spiver. She's a social media lead for DevNet. Sylvia's voice is really interesting, but it's not mine. But when I saw how she interacted, I could figure out how to apply it to myself. So that's sort of where the find your voice is. And let's say there's a lot of good social media content coming out of Cisco Enterprise. But if all I did was say the same thing as them, it wouldn't be any value. So I use Twitter as my media because it's short and snarky and that works for me. But you've got to look at something that comes out and figure out how to make it relevant to people who want to listen to you. Again, if you're only doing one voice, not so interesting. You also need to sort of mix between the really technical, for what matters, and the other things I'm interested in. So for instance, I've been posting a lot recently on Twitter about privacy. The New York Times has a new thing called the Privacy Project running. So I think that's really interesting. So I post some of that onto Twitter. I've seen some things about quantum computing, I'll post that. Because your voice on Twitter is not just your company, right? It's something bigger. So this goes into the personal branding thing I thought about a while ago. So if you think about Cisco, for instance, Cisco's a great brand. Got lots of products, got lots of things, but it's a brand. That brand is really an expression of value, and it's about, in general, our stuff just works, and we doesn't we make it better, right? We are focused on the customer. So then say, okay, what's your personal brand, right? If someone looked at you ignoring the job, what is it they would see? So I spent some time thinking about this. And part of this was when I was going for my promotion for Distinguished Engineer. So that's a really big deal in Cisco. That requires an application packet. The review committee is VPs and CTOs. It's across the entire engineering org. It's a big deal. So when I first started on this, they give you this big template to fill out. I'm looking at this template. I can't figure out how to write it. I have writer's block. So at this stage, I spend a couple of months every weekend looking at this thing until my wife is about ready to kill me. So then I said, okay, this is not working for me. So I put that to the side and I said, I'm going to write slides of the things I've done I'm proud of. So I started writing them. That was much easier. So I think I got up to 55 slides. I thought, this is good, this is me. So I shared it with some friends, right? And this is hard, right? Because you're sharing really what you think you are. Does this feel like me? And going back with some comments, they generally said, sure, this is great. Wonderful, I'm going to use this to get endorsements. Because you need to collect endorsements both inside and outside Cisco that you're worthy, you're at that level. So I would use this to get endorsements. I would send off to someone and say, look, I'm going for this promotion, I'd love your support, here's some background information on me. So one stage I'm wandering around with this and I go to see Jeff Reed, who was the SVP of security. So I actually knew Jeff the first day he came to the company when he came in as product management director for Catalyst 3K. It was pretty funny because we were at a golf thing and first time meeting him, I was like, oh yeah, so here's the set of things I want you to think about. I said, Jeff and I have stayed in contact, so he said, sure, right? So I said, look, can you please read this 55-page deck? And he looks at me. He looks at me some more. I say, I'll come back. So it's like, this is not going to work, right? So I chopped it down and ended up being about 6 pages. Even then it was pretty dense.
Makes more sense, yeah.
So then I went back to him and I said, look, how's this look? And so the goal was to ask for people who would support me, to remind them of what I'd done, but then let them tell the story themselves. So the result of that is I got a vast array of support, right? Really joyous support. And when I went in front of the committee, I got approved for the first thing, which is unusual. So the story was crisp and made sense. And so more recently with mentoring, I've sort of tried to take the same approach. So when I do mentoring, it's tricky because you really have to establish a trust relationship. So I tend to start off with explaining things about myself to people. Because then I can ask them to explain themselves to me. Because if I just say, look, tell me all the things that really matter to you, what you're worried about, that's not equal. So I tend to sit and listen and the cultural background. So if you're from certain places, certain things mean things to you, and you've got to sort of figure that out. Like family relationships are very much tighter in India. So a lot of people that I work with from India, they'll fly home every Christmas break to take their kids to see the family. So the culture is different. So once I learned some of this, what I normally ask people to do is to go and write themselves a 3-page slide deck. Who are you? what do you do, what do you care about? And they say, that's hard, like what should be in there? I'm going, tell me. What I can tell you is it can't be 45 lines. And a cover and a closing page. The first guy did this that worked out really well. One of the things he did for the company, for our group, was he was our photographer. So on his opening cover page, he had a picture of himself laughing, like covered with the powder paint. Indians have a festival called, I don't remember the name of it. It's a festival of coloured powder. So they throw coloured powder on each other.
Okay.
He also had a bunch of the photographs he'd taken. So there was the technical work, there was the things he did, there was the stuff he cared about.
Mm-hmm.
And once you get that really crisp, it's like you have the key for who you are. It becomes part of your personal brand. Then I can hand it to someone and say, look, take a look, this is me. So it's both like a journey of self-discovery, but it becomes really useful because I can go and take it to anyone. I can take it to my manager and say, look, here's how I see myself. Do we agree or not, right? And then here's what I want to do next. I can use it to apply for a job. Have you done much interviewing for people? Interviewing to hire?
Not really. So I'm running a small business, a little bit of interviewing, but not in the massive scale that you would do it at Cisco.
But you know, resumes and LinkedIn profiles don't tell stories. If you get this down like a presentation, it tells a story. If I'm going to hire someone, I want to understand their background. I'm not so interested in exactly what it's done last year or so, because I want to develop people over time. I want to know who this person is. And if you've thought about up front, it's going to make life easier. Because you can communicate to the interviewer, here's where I want to be.
Okay, I get it. So a mental picture of the success factors that need to be present to be a people switch is forming in my mind. But one topic that is especially dear to my heart is, since we are in a very lively community, is about giving back, paying forward, contributing. So can you share your insights that you made in your career about paying forward, giving back, keeping a community alive?
It sounds, giving back and paying forward sounds funny, right? So yeah. The reason I tend to use paying forward is, let's imagine I'm doing mentoring for a mid-level in Korea. I'm going to try and work out what their goals are. I'm trying to help them do their goals and how they might progress. But I then expected to do that to juniors as well. So if I'm mentoring someone, let's say I'm mentoring 6 people. I want each one of them to be mentoring another 6. I don't need them to give back to me so much. I need them to pay it forward. So this is like, it's a teaching role. How do we help people become better? Now, I mean, one very brutal way of thinking about it, in an ideal world, if I get run over by a bus, there's someone to replace me. And that's sort of my job to make sure it happens. Also, I find that once you connect with early in careers and you give them a spark, they'll go off and do really interesting things. So mentoring for me is not a go do this or go do this. It's like, tell me who you are, and then we can try and figure out what goes next. So one of the things I might do, for instance, is, let's say someone comes in and says, I'm not sure whether I want to become a program manager or one of these. I'll then go and try and find one of those people in the same cultural context to explain. So let's say someone wants to be a program manager and it's an Indian female. I'll go find another Indian female to explain it. Same thing for a German male, right? Because the way you think about it is different. So if you can get the information presented in the way people can understand, that's how it helps. So what I find is that doing this sort of mentoring is personally very rewarding. So it's good for my company, no doubt, right? Because if I can grow better people faster, that's good. But I think it's actually good, it's good for the soul. So you mentioned community. You want to see the community grow and become richer. So not just bigger, but richer and more diverse. So, by the way, that's called speciation. So one of my slides used to have this in there for Ethernet speeds. So we used to just go at 10 megabits a second and 10s. But once you start having an environment, you fill in the middle bits. So we want to make our community richer, which means there's more skills involved. And if you have a team that's all one sort of person, it's often not as creative as it could be. So I want to see different skills come forward. I want people to have the ability to use their skills and grow new ones. Our job is to help that happen, not to force it, to help. And once you approach it with this sort of view, I find joy in this.
Awesome. So to sum it up, like the success factors to become an effective people switch that people like to have around, that they see as a contribution to the company, to the community as a whole, is basically ingest information, derive the information, derive the right kind of information, classify it kind of by listening, making a mental model, and then distributing it, paying it forward. Is that like how you would see it?
That's got a bunch of it. But I mean, I don't know everything. So a key part of it is being well connected in the community. So I can look at someone, hear them, and say, okay, this person over here can help you. Mm-hmm. I don't have to understand the middle part. I just have to get, okay, this relates to that. So what I find in general is almost everyone in the community is happy to help. Mm-hmm. So you sort of keep a background mental note of where things have to go. So like one area that I got involved in a little while ago, was really cool, is a group called Router Gods. Mm-hmm. I think it's Router Gods. So what they do every year is they raise money to send a couple of alien careers to Cisco Live in the US. Mm-hmm. As a learning thing, right? So this is part of their contribution to the community. So I was having this conversation with Dustin, who's one of the guys, it's like, what we should do is take those people they send, because what they do is they raise money, they send them, buy a ticket, etc. The goal is alien careers. We should put them in with the Cisco champions. So, as you know, the champion program is our big influencers. So imagine if you came as an alien career into Cisco Live, that would be intimidating. Mm-hmm. But imagine if you embed those people inside the champions community. Imagine the ability to go and see the influencers and learn from them. You know that community, right? The community loves to teach. So if you can go and look at what the skills are of people and their passions, make use of them, you make the world a better place.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, awesome. I think I learned a lot actually, and got quite inspired by your obvious ability to connect people. We've seen this already the last few days, where we've met a couple of times already, and you've always managed to connect me with others and so on. So this is an amazing capacity actually that will help anyone in their career. So really thankful. Thank you, Peter.
So Jens, thank you very much. So guys, this finishes another episode of the Master Series. I'd really encourage you to go make use of this information. I'd also love to hear feedback, right? Good feedback, bad feedback, let us know how it is, because I want this to continue. So again, thank you for watching the Master Series from Barcelona, and I'll hopefully see you again.
For many, many years. And in 2010, one of my 15-year-old dance students was sexually assaulted in the Bay Area and sold throughout California for a year. What I decided to do in December of 2011 was actually to form Love Never Fails, which is now the nonprofit that is addressing the issue of human trafficking. So the way that I sought out healing was to become active in this space and do something about it. I can tell you that I have so much joy knowing that I get to be a part of the restoration of these women, men, and children. Just commit 1 hour a week towards that thing that will feed your soul. And I promise you, it will energize you and it will give you the strength to do 10x what you're currently doing, because you'll just know that every moment that you're taking has so much meaning to those around you.
Between human trafficking and a future without fear, there's Vanessa Russell. Cisco, the bridge to possible. As in so many cities, for Kyoto, tourism is a very big deal. But tourism means people, and with so many of them, the city had its hands full. Kyoto didn't just have to get better at managing them all, it had to get smarter. And with Cisco's help, That's exactly what happened. Strategically located smart kiosks now connect tourists with a concierge who can steer them to less congested attractions. So crowds are more evenly distributed. Smart street lighting monitors foot traffic, automatically controls brightness when and where it's needed most, and pinpoints outages in real time, so repairs can be made faster. And with special terminals monitoring multiple cameras, data can be compared simultaneously, making the city safer than ever before. As for the people of Kyoto and the millions of tourists who visit every year, they have just one thing to say about their new smart city. We can't wait to see what's next. Between ancient and smart, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The electricity is always there. We don't worry about it. We don't think about it. Never do we think about an attack on the power grid. It is like this all over the world. It is like this in Finland. Turku Energia supplies electricity for hundreds of thousands of people. Because its operations network was independent from IT, an attack could have found its way into the grid and no one would have known, until it was too late. By extending the IT network out to operations, Cisco was able to help secure the entire system, both now and in the future. And with Cisco IoT technology, the new virtually fail-proof system is as reliable as it is secure, one unified network. It's why tonight, in Turku, life will go on like it always has and always will.
Between on and always on, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
For years, we've been hearing about IoT.
Ooh, look, my cat just woke up. Let me put the lights on for her.
It's time to get real. This is about big industry-changing things, complex things. It's about a network of things that includes this, and these, and that thing, and whatever this is. You've got more data than you can shake a stick at, and that stick generates data too. This is industrial-strength IoT. It connects turbines to power grids, pipeline operations to refineries, first responders to life-saving devices. It's a big challenge, and it makes a difference to our lives. So how do you meet it head-on? Not like this. Like this. Only Cisco can securely connect tens of thousands of assets at the farthest edge of your network to the heart of your business, no matter the scale. With security built in, not bolted on, and a flexible network to grow as your business expands. Now, IT's happy, ops are happy, innovation is accelerated, business is transformed, lives are improved. Between big ideas and big results, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
This is the data center, and it deals with demand. Demand that's coming from anywhere, any place, any device. Billions of things, millions of apps, clouds of all kinds, demands for capacity, for analytics, for real-time insights, giving customers exactly what they want. And it's all landing right here. But that's okay, because you're not just waiting for it. You've got ACI Anywhere, a remote control that gives you the power to answer any need, choose any cloud, manage and secure any demand, right from here. So tell them to bring it on. You're ready, anytime and anywhere. Cisco ACI goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. The power is here. And here. But also here. And definitely here. Anywhere you need the full force and power of your infrastructure, hyper-converged. It's like having thousands of data centers, wherever you need them, powering applications anywhere they live, but managed from the cloud. So you can automate everything from here. Cisco HyperFlex goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. National Instruments had a predicament. Bandwidth demands were on the increase. And while growth is good, their IT budget wasn't keeping pace. Not so good. IT needed to deliver more bandwidth to offices around the world while keeping spending under control. That's not so easy. Suddenly, the company that helps engineers accelerate innovation found themselves needing help. Oh, and it needs to be fast, flexible, affordable, and secure too. A tall order, but by no means an impossible one. Not with the decision to turn to us, the people who invented the network in the first place. Using a Cisco SD-WAN solution in Cisco services, we massively increased their bandwidth. Where their budget held them back, we propelled them forward. Now, most companies would be delighted right there, but we went further. Network deployments are faster than ever. And where their old network generated problem tickets faster than anyone could count, the number of WAN-related tickets has decreased 70% in the past year. All of this to prove that between those frozen processes of yours and free-flowing productivity, there's a bridge. Tell us what you're imagining, and we will build the bridge to get you there.
Stel je voor, de eerste zijde uit China. Kruiden uit Indië. Thee, rubber, suiker. Al de rijkdom van de wereld kwam hier, in deze plaats.
For over 500 years, the lifeblood of commerce has flowed in and out of the port of Rotterdam. Today, it's on a scale and at a speed never before imagined, until now.
There is a lot at stake. We have vessels entering with dangerous cargo. We have very large container carriers. If one gets stuck in the entrance, the entire harbor is jammed. Consequences, safety-wise and economically, are immense if something goes wrong. The logistics are easy, but to make the puzzle work, that is complicated.
Making the puzzle work is a network of sensors spread across the port's 41 square miles, providing terabits of data. 200 calculations a minute. Wind, tides, currents, and visibility to help guide 130,000 ships a year and protect 468 million tons of cargo.
In my function, in my job, the security is the main thing. If we have the right data and the reliability is proven, we can predict what the situation will be 3, 4, 5 hours in advance, and we can plan with that. After careful evaluation and planning, everything is possible in Rotterdam, and that's the thing we are proud of.
The confidence to run Europe's largest port, and one company delivers all that sensor data safely, delivers all that data securely. Between the storied past and a modern efficiency the Dutch would call
ongelooflijk,
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Here's a question. In a world where data goes everywhere, where does that put your data center? At the moment, trends are born, greeting customers with every detail they need, at the point where all your clouds meet and share, but also on watch, securing everything and everyone. In an uncentered world, you need a data center that extends to every branch, every device, every cloud, everywhere.
The Cisco data center goes everywhere your data is. Between data everywhere and exactly where you need it, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
There is something unique about a baby's cry. Like no other sound, it stirs our instinct to nurture and protect. Unfortunately, those cries sometimes go unheard. Because in some neonatal wards in Uganda, there isn't enough equipment or staff. Now those cries can be heard with the help of a wearable monitor that displays critical information for each baby, enabling nurses to immediately respond with the proper care. This life-saving technology was developed by Neopenda, a medical device company serving emerging markets and underserved people. Cisco's support helped Neopenda further develop the technology that connects its devices. This is one more example of how Cisco empowers social entrepreneurs to use innovative technology to make the world better. Between a baby's cry and a nurse's care, there's a bridge.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The Ellen Show is the #1 daytime talk show in America. By far, the biggest thing we do all year is our Mother's Day event. It's so much fun and our fans just love it. We spend a lot of time aligning the show with brands that want to be a part of the Ellen experience.
Hey guys. Hey New York. Hi. There were a bunch of moms-to-be all over the country who tried to get tickets, but they could not get tickets.
We're usually working on a really tight schedule. The faster we can launch or join meetings, the better.
Hi. I am going to use Cisco video technology to surprise them. I don't want to surprise the baby out of you, but surprise!
Some of us are in LA, some of us are in New York. There's an enormous amount of collaboration that goes on between us. And it really doesn't matter if we're on a laptop in our office or on the lot.
We're back, and so far no one in the audience has gone into labor. Well, we're just getting started.
Because we don't always have things nailed down until the last minute, communication becomes a really big deal. Being able to share, tweak, and review Microsoft Office documents within WebEx Teams and actually see those changes as they're being made, that's huge. We do hundreds of integrations every year, so we've gotten to the point where if we weren't using WebEx Teams, it would just slow the whole process down. With Cisco WebEx Teams, we know this is going to be the best Mother's Day show ever.
Between teamwork and the biggest show of the year,
Be kind to one another. Happy Mother's Day!
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Every day, every night, everywhere. People are living on the streets. We see it. We all know it's a problem. But what can we do? In Brisbane, Australia, 2 young mates decided to do something. They would start small. They decided not to call them homeless. They would call them friends. Then, they outfitted a van with a washer, dryer and a shower and hit the streets of Brisbane to wash their friends' clothes. Orange Sky was born. One van quickly became 2, then 4, then 20. The operation, staff, logistics needed to scale, and quickly. So Orange Sky found a partner. Cisco tailored a Meraki network that can grow as they grow. Intuitive dashboards at the head office and robust Wi-Fi in every vehicle let Orange Sky monitor vans and onboard devices remotely via the cloud. Cisco WebEx connects leaders in real time with staff and volunteers, whose energy and enthusiasm is essential to the model's success. What happened? Something wonderful. While friends waited for their clothes to wash and dry, they talked. A simple connection, joining a community, perhaps for the first time in years. If one load of laundry can do that, who knows what's possible? Between cleaning clothes and creating a community, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
When mankind took its first steps on the moon, the images were captured with a lens made by Zeiss. When precision is in question, in manufacturing, science, medicine, anything, the answer, accurate to 200 billionths of a meter, is provided by Zeiss. Getting it right. Getting it precisely right. For nearly 2 centuries, Zeiss has set the standard for industrial precision and optic excellence. Looking forward, looking further, and innovating to get there. Now, technology is pushing us faster than ever toward a more connected world. Can Zeiss lead the way? They're already there. Zeiss has partnered with Cisco. Innovation and precision are now online. A team from Cisco Customer Experience working with Zeiss has designed an innovative IoT strategy, setting a new standard for Zeiss-connected data. Cisco Kinetic enables Zeiss to securely gather more information than ever, putting it to use in ways never before imagined, predicting performance and protecting uptime. Cisco WebEx brings Zeiss technicians and industrial customers together at a moment's notice, enabling innovation on the fly. The result? More advanced products, happier consumers, increased revenues. What they say is true. They don't make them like they used to. At companies using Zeiss, partnered with Cisco, they make them better. Between precision and the pace of business, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
I was running a plumbing business. It was great. We prospered and things were well. And then I got hurt and the spiral began.
Every night across America, 500,000 people go to sleep homeless.
When you're in the street, you are invisible. You're out there, nobody sees you.
You have to make hard choices, really hard choices.
As unimaginable as that is, even more are at risk of becoming homeless.
There are homeless from every profession: plumbers, electricians, doctors, financiers, a quantum physicist.
Which is why we're committed to help put a roof over the heads of those who need one most. And for those at risk, helping them keep theirs.
With all the homeless people out there, we were chosen for an apartment. It's better than the lottery. This is a place to live.
Together, let's be the bridge to a place called home.
I don't know you, but I love you for what you've done and how you helped me.
Technology. There's never been more potential at your fingertips. But technology is only half the picture. Introducing Cisco Customer Experience. We're here to help you get the most out of your technology, because behind the billions of connections, we believe there needs to be a relationship. Someone who can position you for continuous innovation. Someone who can help you design a roadmap for your next 5 weeks or your next 5 years. Someone who can be with you from whiteboard to reality. We'll help you transform not just your technology, but your business. We understand that your customers expect a lot of you, and we're here to help you deliver. Innovating, creating, delivering, transforming, with the right people and the right technology together. This is Cisco Customer Experience. Between technology and where it can take you, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Technology often comes down to a choice. This or that? Do you need 5G or Wi-Fi 6? Mobility or security? Should you be in the cloud or a data center? Do you need this gen or next? The answer to all these questions is yes. Now you don't have to choose, because there's one network that's ready for anything. It's called intent-based networking, and it's only from Cisco. A system built for Wi-Fi 6? Yes. And ready for 5G? Yes. And the numerous machine languages of the IoT? Yes. What about security and threat detection? VR, AR, AI.
The answer to your question is yes.
Intent-based networking from Cisco. Wireless first, cloud-driven, data optimized. Between what's now and what's next, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Master Series studio here at Cisco Live Barcelona for the Network Automation Game Show. In round one, we're going to be playing a bit of Jet Parody with some contestants right here attending the conference. So let's see who's joining us today. We'll start out over here with Oren. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Oren.
Hi, so I'm a Cisco SE based in Israel. I've been working on programmability projects, trying to help my customers and partners automate themselves, make themselves more efficient, and basically learn about all DevNet has to offer.
Perfect, wonderful. And Dimitri, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, I'm Dimitri. I design and implement automation systems internally for Cisco sales.
Wonderful. And on the cow table side, we have Sergey. Sergey, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hello everyone, I'm Sergey, network engineer from UK. Apologies for sounding a bit like zombie, but I've just had too much fun here at Cisco Live.
It has been a fun week so far. And Heinrich, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, I'm Henrik. I'm from Denmark. I work for a Cisco partner as a solution architect, helping our customers.
Wonderful, excellent. Well, we're going to jump right into the game here, and let's see what our categories are for our Jet Parody round. Our first category are Python skills. Our second category will be You'll Shoot Your API Out. Our third category is Open Tools and Other Open Source Elements. Our fourth category is Cisco as Code, bringing us to Tabs versus Spaces and other opinionated questions. And then finally, the WYSIWYG category. It's a potpourri of just about everything I could come up with as we were putting them together. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to start you with Heinrich. Go ahead and pick us a category and point value.
Python skills for 400.
Excellent. The answer is the set of guiding principles for Python available as this. All right, on the cow table side, Sergey, what do we have?
I guess the question is, what is a framework?
Ooh, no, that's not right. Anybody else? Anybody?
Dimitri?
No, we were looking for the Zen of Python. What is the Zen of Python? All right, Heinrich, you're still in control of the board. Give me another question and point value.
Cisco for 800.
Excellent, Cisco for 800. Interactive chat-based programs that can be written in nearly any language, offering endless options for developers to improve internal and external collaboration. On the bear side, what do we have?
That would be WebEx Teams.
WebEx Teams, that is close enough for us. We were looking for what are WebEx Teams bots.
Almost.
And we are on the board. That's close enough. We'll give it to you. So you get your first point value of 800 and have control of the board. Pick us another category and points.
Okay, I'll go with you'll shoot your API out for 800.
Excellent choice. So you'll shoot your API out for 800. The answer is colon-separated key value pairs included with HTTP requests and responses, allowing for extra data to be shared between clients and servers. On the cow side.
I think the question is, what are API parameters?
Ooh, nope, that's not what we're looking for. Anybody else? Dimitri, what do we have on the bear side? Yes, we were looking for what are headers. So Sergey, you lose a few points, and Dimitri gains a few. Dimitri, you now have control of the board. Pick a category and dollar amount.
Awesome. Python skills 1,000.
Ooh, you're going big. Python skills for 1,000. That is the daily double. So you get to wager how much. You're the only one that can answer this, and you get to give me a wager on how much confident you are up to the 800 that you have. So let's go ahead. You're going to go all in, 800. I like it. 800. So he's the only one that can answer. The output provided by Python when an error is detected.
Exception.
Oh, so close. We were looking for what is a traceback. What is a traceback? Though you do maintain control of the board, so pick another category, earn some more points.
All right. Open tools 600.
Open tools for 600. Our answer is an open source DCIM and IPAM tool written in Python and originally developed by the automation team at DigitalOcean. Dimitri, back strong.
Netbox.
Excellent. We were indeed looking for what is Netbox. One more, it's still in your control, Dimitri. What do you got?
Tabs versus spaces 200.
Tabs versus spaces for 200. Our answer is the recommended indentation and white space character to use with Python. Ooh, I heard it over here on the bear side. Oren, what do you got?
4 spaces.
The answer is indeed, what are spaces? And if you disagree, see PEP 8. Oren, you get some points on that one. And you are now in control of the board. Pick another category and point value.
Okay, I'll go with the WYSIG, what the hell that is, for 400.
Excellent. WYSIWYG for 400. Our answer is a centralized application or appliance that provides a single point of control for configuration and/or operation of the network. It was definitely the bear side.
That would be a controller.
That is correct. We were indeed looking for what is a network controller. All right, Oren, you're on fire and on a roll. Give me another category and dollar amount.
Let's try Python skills for 600.
Python skills for 600. An immutable data type that uses parentheses. This is on the cow side. What do we got, Sergey?
It's a tuple.
That is correct. We were indeed looking for what is a tuple or tuple. All right, Sergey earned some points back here. And now it's in your control. Where do we go next?
Let's do tools versus spaces for 1,000.
All right, tabs versus spaces for 1,000. An approach to software development that leverages tools and automation to execute tests, integration, packaging, and delivery without manual intervention. It was cow side, but I couldn't tell which one of you grabbed it first.
It was me.
Sergey, what do we got?
And the question is, what is agile model?
Oh, so close. You were right there behind him. Do you have another guess? I won't hold you to it.
What is DevOps?
Nope, not on that one. All right. I forced you into it, so I won't take points away, but Sergey, unfortunately, you'll lose some. Last chance, anybody?
TDD.
What's that?
Test-driven development.
No, it wasn't that one either. We were looking for what is CI/CD or continuous development on that one. A tough one for the folks. All right, I believe we are still on Sergey for control of the board. Pick a category and question.
Right, as I need a lot, I will go for Open Tools 1,000.
Open Tools for 1,000. Let's do it. An open source command line tool used to simplify the process of development by upping environments using providers such as VirtualBox or Docker. Anyone? One? Oh, Dimitri came in at the end.
Vagrant.
Excellent. We were indeed looking for what is Vagrant. Well done, Dimitri. All right, Dimitri, you are in control. Pick a category and point value, please.
Python skills 800.
Python skills for 800. Our answer is the version of Python written in Java. Sergey.
Python 2?
Nope, it's not Python 2. Anyone? This is definitely a tough one. We were looking for what is Jython. What is Jython? Yes. Back to the board. Dimitri, you are still in control.
Python skills 200.
Python, we might as well finish the category out. The statement used to leverage code from another file in your script. Dimitri.
Import.
That is correct. We were looking for what is import. Well done, well done. All right, Dimitri, no more Python questions. You're going to have to try another category out. What do you got?
Open tools 800.
Open tools for 800. All right. An open source configuration management tool popular for network automation, written in Python and acquired by IBM in 2019. The bear table was slightly faster. Dimitri, what do we got?
Ansible.
Yeah, I know it pains you to say it, but yes, the answer we were looking for, what is Ansible? Well done. Dimitri, you're running the board here. What do we got? What comes next?
Cisco 1000.
Cisco as code for 1000. A centralized Linux environment available on switches and routers that allows for simple script or program execution at the edge. It was Bearside and Oren. What do we got?
Guest shell.
Exactly. We were looking for what is guest shell. Well done, Oren. You are now in control of the board. Where are we going to head?
Thank you. Let's go with Cisco for 600.
Cisco for 600. Our answer is a set of features for Cisco DNA Center that provides REST APIs, third-party integration, event notifications, and SDKs. Bearside table.
Yeah, DNA is a platform.
Exactly. We were looking for what is DNA Center platform. Oren, you're coming back in strong here, giving Dimitri a run for his money. What do we got next?
Okay, let's go with you'll shoot your API out for 1000.
You'll shoot your API out for 1000. The format of all data sent by NetConf clients and servers.
Sorry.
Ooh, it was bear table and Oren squeaked out Dimitri, no pun intended. What do we got?
XML.
Exactly, we were looking for what is XML. Well done. All right, the board is starting to get cleared up here pretty well. Where are we going next?
Let's try the category with you're the only one that can pronounce it, right? For 800.
All right, WYSIWYG for 800. Here we have a collection of tools, libraries, code samples, documentation, etc. that allows developers to create applications for a platform. We are cow-side with Sergey.
I guess now it has to be a framework.
You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. We're going to say we were specifically looking for what is SDK or a software development kit, often referred to as a framework. So we will take that one, earning you some points here. Well done, Sergey. Putting you in control of our board. Where do we head next?
Let's go for WYSIWYG 1000.
WYSIWYG for 1000. A common programming data format that leverages curly braces, square brackets, colons, and double quotes for serializing data. Oren, or cow-side with Sergey, what do we have?
I'll shoot for JSON.
That is correct. We were looking for what is JSON. You are still in control of our board. Where do you think we should go next? You're almost positive, so keep it going.
I need big amounts, so let's continue with WYSIWYG 600.
All right, WYSIWYG for 600. A commonly used Python package for communicating with devices over NetConf. Bearside and Dimitri.
NC client.
Pardon?
NC client.
NC client is indeed what we were looking for. What is NC client? Well done, Dimitri. This will take us back to the board, and Dimitri is in control. Where we go next?
Shoot your API for 600.
You'll shoot your API out for 600. A NetConf method used to retrieve operational data. Bearside and Dimitri?
Get.
That is correct. We were looking for what is get. All right, we're getting close on the board here. Where are we going to go next, Dimitri?
Tabs and spaces 800.
All right, tabs versus spaces for 800. The process of changing code to make it more readable, efficient, or other non-functional aspects rather than execution behavior. Bear side, Dimitri, what do we have?
Refactoring.
That is correct. We were looking for what is refactoring. Got a bit of a ringer over here at the table, I think. Where do we go next?
Tab and spaces 600.
Tabs versus spaces for 600. The process of checking that code is stylistically correct according to some guideline. Oh, he came in underneath you on the bear side. Dimitri, what do we got?
Linting.
That is correct. What is linting? And for developers, linting and lint is more than just what you might find in your belly button these days. So, Dimitri, you had that one. Let's go back to the board. Where do we go next?
Cisco 400.
Cisco for 400, did you say?
Yes.
400. All right. Cisco is code for 400. Yang models developed by a working group of network operators and supported on Cisco iOS XE, XR, and NXOS devices. Dimitri, what do we have?
OpenConfig.
That is correct. We were looking for what is OpenConfig. Excellent job. All right, we're going to do one more question here, and then we have to head to Final Jeopardy for this round. So what is our final category?
OpenTools 400.
OpenTools for 400. Our answer is an open source network testing and validation tool developed by Cisco and used in over 2 million test runs each month. Oren, what do we have?
That would be PyATS.
PyATS is correct, the answer. What is PyATS? Well done. All right, this is going to take us to Final Jeopardy, and unfortunately, you need to have positive points to participate in Final Jeopardy, so I'm sorry, Cowside Table. But let's see where we end up here. So our category for Final Jeopardy is DevNet and other DevNet-related pieces. You have an opportunity to wager up to the value of your current points. So Oren, what would you like to wager?
I'll go all in with 3,400.
3,400, excellent. And Dimitri, what are we going to do for you?
All in.
All in. I got to find my mouse here. Maybe. 5,600. Well done. And where is the bloody mouse? All right, there we go. So grab your paper, grab your Sharpie. You will have 30 seconds to write your answer to the question once I show it. Are we ready?
Yes.
All right, our timer fires off. A service provided by DevNet that offers developers free access to Cisco hardware and software. They're frantically writing down their answers to the side, going through on this. Excellent, 9 seconds to go. All right, they look like they're ready. They look pretty confident over there. We'll see how they go through. All right. And our time is up. So, as a reminder, get ready to show your answers. The question was, the service provided by DevNet that offers developers free access to hardware and software, and we had exactly the DevNet sandbox. Well done, both of you. You both earned your dollars. And we have a winner for round one. Dimitri wins with 11,200 points. Well done, Dimitri. All right, this ends round one for the Network Automation Game Show, and we're going to go to a brief commercial and then come right back for the Clur feud and a whole new set of contestants. Don't go anywhere.
What does the future hold for healthcare? In 5 years? 10? How will patients experience care, and how will clinicians deliver it? And what role will security and IT operations play in keeping critical functions online and secure? Today, the Internet of Things, IoT, is improving access to quality care and reducing costs by tracking equipment, patients, and staff, plus much more. We've just begun to scratch the surface. The possibilities are endless. Extending healthcare to the home is already making it possible to collect data and track wellness, which is changing the management of chronic pain and disease. Soon, this data will be integrated seamlessly into electronic health records, so doctors can remotely monitor patients in real time, and it will be more and more common to meet with your doctor from home through telemedicine. Augmented reality, which uses digital images superimposed on live content, and virtual reality, an artificial 3D environment, are some of the hottest technologies today. In healthcare, they can be used to treat addiction, phobias, and PTSD, as well as to help doctors learn about anatomy and test surgical techniques. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is the ability for computerized machines to mimic human thought processes. AI, combined with natural language processing, could provide clinical decision support, such as automated symptom triage. In the future, AI could break through boundaries in ways we can't even conceive of right now. Robotics, already used in medicine for transportation, pharmacy automation, surgery assistance, and more, is becoming an essential part of our future. With Wi-Fi 6 and real-time haptic feedback, doctors could perform surgery enhanced by AI. Everything you do today and tomorrow, from deploying telemedicine services to implementing AI for clinical decision support, depends on a strong IT infrastructure. All your systems, network, mobility, collaboration, security, and data center need to work together seamlessly to support the changing face of medicine. And Cisco can help.
Hi, and welcome back to the Master Series studio for round 2 of the Network Automation Game Show. This time around, we're going to be doing Clear Feud and figuring out what the survey says with a series of network automation questions. But before we jump in, let's meet our new contestants. On our A-team side, go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jesus, and I am a digital infrastructure engineer at NTT Germany.
Wonderful.
So my name is Delwar Hussain. I am also at NTT Germany. I am a DevOps engineer.
Excellent. And on our B-team side over here, go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Hello, I'm Anders, and I work building tactical mobile networks.
Excellent.
Hi, my name is Benjamin. I'm a system developer from Sweden.
Wonderful. This brings us right to the game. So if you're not familiar with the feud-style game, the goal is for the teams to fill all of the answers in on some opinionated questions. So none of these truly have a right answer. We start out with a jump question, so are we ready?
Mm-hmm.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Yep.
So buzz in, and your goal is to get the most popular answer to this question. Excuses for not automating the network. You were rock solid on that, Bear.
Come on, there's no time to lose, right?
What is your question?
I will go with, I am not a developer.
I am not a developer. You know what? I will go with that. That is close enough to missing skills. The number one answer to this question. That gives you control of the board going into our second piece. So now you can put the buzzer down.
Yeah.
It is up to the two of you to fill up all of the answers for this next question. And you can talk amongst yourself.
Yes.
You only get 3 strikes, and then they can try to steal. So our question is, what is the best network automation tool?
Ansible.
You're going to go with Ansible. And as I think will be no shock to many people, it is our most popular answer. So well done and a strong start. What else do we have?
Python?
Python? Python is our second most popular. Did you cheat and look at the answer? I think you might have.
We were thinking about it.
All right, what else do we have?
So what do you think?
Ansible, Python, maybe Pytheas?
Pi ATS, unfortunately, as big a fan as I am of Pi ATS, it did not make the survey. So that's your first strike.
Yeah.
You got 2 more to go. What other choices do you think were our survey scores?
I'm going to go for Node.js.
Node.js, that is another good choice, but unfortunately it also was not in our survey responses. Get your answers ready. You only need 1 to steal this if they get another strike. All right, what do you got?
REST API.
Oh, that's another really good one, but unfortunately that's your 3rd strike. You have a chance to win this board. Give me your best guess as to what fills in our board.
I would say Puppet.
Puppet, no, Puppet was not on the board as well. Our other answers that came back were NSO from Cisco, Nornir, which will make our previous contestant Dimitri very, very happy. And then finally, I liked this one. The tool you know is the best tool for network automation. All right, so no boards won. This brings us to our next jump question. We'll switch over. Get ready on your buzzer. Get ready on your buzzer for this one, and I need to get my answer key here so I know what the actual answers are. Our question is... Holy cow. Did you just squeeze because you wanted to be first? Reasons to automate the network. What do we got?
Save money.
Save money. That is on, I thought it was. No, it actually was not on the board. As a top 5 answer. We did get some people that said that, but it wasn't a top 5. So what do you guys think?
To eliminate human errors.
That is one of the answers. That was the 4th most popular. So you guys have control of this next board.
Okay.
Let's see how we can do with the question that is, what is the most programmable Cisco platform? What is the most programmable Cisco platform? You have to fill in all 6 answers to win this board.
Yeah, so iOS XE?
iOS XE. Nope, that one didn't make the cut, unfortunately.
Oh, wow. Well, go with XR then. iOS XR.
Oh, unfortunately, that also didn't make the cut. Little sad. We think you'll only need 1 for the board to win this one if they miss it. Give me something.
I'm our network guys.
We are networking people.
So it doesn't have to be Cisco network programmability platforms. They don't have to be network, but I will say there are some network platforms on this survey.
What could it be?
DNO.
DNA Center or something like that?
There we go. Cisco DNA Center was indeed the 4th most popular, so you're still in it. Well done.
Okay.
It's a bit of a worrisome spot there for a second, friends. Give me another answer.
Oh, this is a tough one.
Pretty hard.
What could it be more? Most programmable. Do you think that maybe NSO is there as well?
Cisco NSO. It was indeed on our list. It came in at the bottom, but it's on our list, on our top answers. All right, there's still some really strong platform from Cisco that haven't shown up yet.
What could that be?
Come on.
USSR. What's the name? I can't remember.
That service. So this is tough for us.
All right.
So So most programmable platform.
Most programmable. It's got APIs. It's got SDKs, code samples. What are our programmable platforms? What do we talk about in the DevNet zone?
Well, I think we have to pass.
All right. Oh, they're going to pass. I only need something up here for you guys to win this board. Give me a Cisco programmable platform.
WebEx.
What is WebEx? Indeed.
Okay.
That is the 5th most popular according to the survey. Now I know you're all curious, what were our top answers? And the number 3 spot was Meraki, Cisco Meraki, very programmable. Our second most popular answer was Nexus or NXOS. You got the other platform, you missed that one. And then our most popular, according to the survey here at Cisco Live, was Cisco ACI. Well done.
Well done.
All right, we are back to a jump question. So grab our buzzers. Yep, back to our first players. And our question here, get ready for it, is what is a good hello world for network automation? You were on it fast. I think they're buzzing before it even shows up. So remember that as you go. All right, so you have a shot at it. What is a good hello world for network automation?
I'm going to go for a show version command, so to let the device print a show version command.
Excellent, and that was indeed the most popular answer. Running show commands is a great hello world program for network automation. All right, you have control of this board, and our question is, what is the best resource or service on DevNet? And you have to fill them all in.
Yes.
I like where your head's at. Say it again.
Sandbox.
Sandbox. Sandbox was indeed the most popular answer. And I promise I didn't weight these. I didn't cheat at all. DevNet Sandbox truly is the most popular and best service that DevNet offers. But it's not over. You got to get the other 4. What else we got?
I'm going to go for developer.cisco.com, the website.
Excellent, excellent. You know what, that came up a lot as well, and it went into a bucket I put in for product information because we find that on our portal as it goes through. So we got 1 and 2. I am starting to think that A-Team over here was cheating by looking at the answers as it goes through. 3 more to go. What else we got?
GitHub repository of DevNet. GitHub repository of DevNet.
The GitHub repos.
Code Exchange?
Code Exchange. Those fit into that product information bucket when I went through. So close. Give me another one.
The DevNet community.
The DevNet community was indeed the 5th most popular answer for the best resource and service on DevNet. 2 more, and you have all 3 of your strikes. What do we got?
What about API documentation?
API documentation. Unfortunately, that did not make it on the board. All right, you've still got 2 strikes left, 2 answers to go.
Support at Cisco.
Support at Cisco. You know what? I'm going to give that one and put that in the category bucket of the DevNet team ourselves. The people behind the advocacy team, the support team, the community managers, all of those were in there as the 3rd most popular answer. There's 1 more. You got 2 strikes. What do we think? The most or best resource or service offered from DevNet to our developers in our community. What do we think?
DevNet Zone at Cisco Live. Anybody?
No, that was a good question or a good try, but that was not on our survey. I do like that, but that did not hit up. All right, 1 more shot at it. You guys start thinking. If they don't get it, you get a shot to pick up that answer. So what do we think?
I'm going to go for the labs.
The labs, indeed, that was it. Yes! The learning lab. Wonderful job, and you filled the board and you earned here. Yes. So our most popular and best resources on DevNet, the Sandbox, product information, the DevNet team, learning labs, and our community, as well as all the other services that we have. This brings us to our next jump question. Get ready with your buzzers.
You're in?
Me?
And you get ready? Ready? Our question is, you really do just buzz before it goes through. You gotta be faster. What development tool can't you live without? What development tool can't you live without?
The version control, Git.
Say it again?
The version control, the Git.
Version control, Git. Oh, that was not on there at all.
I don't believe it.
What do we got? Give me a development tool you can't live without.
Python. I will say Python.
Python was indeed on our board. Number 4, Python. I was really interested in the answers that came back from this. Other ones were Notepad++.
Wow. Yep.
That was the one that popped up. The Notepad application is a tool you can't live without. As well as Postman. This one made a lot of sense. We make a lot of REST API calls. Postman is clearly a tool we can't live without. And then the most popular one, VS Code. Yeah. It truly has become one of the most popular IDEs for developers to use as we go in. Now you're in control of the next board. You can set the cow aside for a second. And so are you ready for your question?
Oh, yes.
Our question is, what is a must-have Python automation library? I will remind you that this is the network automation game show, so shouldn't be a big shocker that that was there. So you have 5 options to fill in on the board. What do we think?
NC Client.
NC Client. You know, that's one of mine that I would have picked, but unfortunately, the survey did not agree with us. Okay, what else do we have?
I don't know. No, as I said, we don't really program that much yet.
All right. Well, what if you take any? Have you taken any labs from DevNet? Have you gone to a DevNet Zone session? What are some of the Python libraries that our instructors or advocates or the code samples use?
Not on the top of my head.
No.
Oh, that's hard.
Nothing? Nothing. All right, well, we'll see. We're going to switch to them and see if they can give us one. You guys you only need one to win this board.
Napalm.
Napalm. And it it did not make the top of the list on that one. It was close. It was an answer. It just wasn't one of the top 5.
Okay.
But our top 5 answers on this one were, in the 5th space, PyYAML. We work with a lot of YAML files inside of network automation or any infrastructure. We need to be able to work with it.
Yeah.
Next was Paramiko. We're constantly having to connect to devices with SSH or Telnet. Our third response in the survey was Nornir. Another example where Dimitri from Jeopardy would be very, very happy that one. I hear him applauding in the background. Our second most popular was requests. We do a lot of REST APIs, and there is no better Python library that I've seen than requests for HTTP. And then the number 1 must-have Python automation library was NetMiko. And I have to agree, this is a very popular and must-have automation library. All right, this will take us to our next jump question as we go through.
It's your turn.
All right, and we're actually coming to the end. We're almost through as it goes in. So our next jump question, I'm going to give you a hint. You know what? Squeak your cow. Squeak your cow. Like, there you go. All right. The question is, which city would be great for Cisco Live Europe in 2021? And again, I don't believe this answer has been said yet.
No.
But what did the survey say would be a great city for Cisco Live Europe in 2021?
We'll go for London, Amsterdam, it was my top. London, maybe?
London. Yeah. Well done. That was indeed the number 1 most popular answer in our survey for 2021 Cisco Live. I'm a big fan of London as well. I would love to see us in London in 2021. We'll have to see where we end up, though. All right, this is our last and final board. Let's see which one we can go through on this and see where we end up.
Come on.
Our final question here is, and again, you guys have control, is what certification are you going to study this year? Now, I'm going to remind you, this is not you personally.
Exactly.
This is the answers from the surveys that we had when I sent this out across the board. So what are the most popular certifications that people expect to study this upcoming year? You've got 5 answers you want to fill in.
I would say DevNet.
Can you be more specific?
DevNet Associate.
The DevNet Associate was indeed the most popular answer for the certifications to be studied this year. I was pretty happy to hear that.
Yeah.
All right, we got 4 more, and you've got all your strikes.
CCNA.
CCNA. Oh, it was on the list, but it did not make the top 5 popularity. You can help as well. Don't make him do all the work.
Well, let's go for the CCNP then as well.
CCNP, do you agree?
Yes.
CCNP. CCNP came in as the number 3 most popular certification people expect to study for this year. All right, 3 more on the board. Where are we going to go?
CCIE must be there as well.
The CCIE was indeed the 4th most popular certification.
And then you have,
now, as we go in for these last 2, I will remind you that this question does not say Cisco in the name.
Okay.
So don't assume that every answer on the board has to be a Cisco certification. It'd be unfair of me to let that assumption go out. We have 2 strikes and 2 answers. So what do we think we have out there?
I will guess Red Hat certification.
Red Hat certification. It's a good guess. But you know what? I'm not going to take that in there. That's a strike on it as it goes through. We have 2 more options. You got 1 strike. Start thinking of what you think it is. You can win this board simply by getting one of the left if they can't get it. All right.
So let's go for the DevNet Expert as well.
The DevNet Expert isn't an existing certification yet. No.
Okay.
It isn't out. We're future plans. We expect to build that one. So that's not there.
Okay.
It's not available in the upcoming year. So what else do we have?
Security, one of the security?
I have no idea.
It should be not the CMP. Could it be, I don't know, some other company, some Juniper certification or something like that?
The Juniper certification? No, we did see a few of those, but that was not the most popular ones as they come through. I have 2 left on the board. You just need to get 1 to win this. We're down to the wire here. Let's see what we can do. Give me one of the 2 survey most popular certifications to be studied for this year.
I will follow your suggestion or hint, and I will say Amazon Web Services.
Amazon Web Services. You know what? The answer here was a bit more generic, but I think Amazon and cloud are fairly synonymous. Number 5th most popular answer was cloud and Kubernetes certifications. And I know everybody wants to know, what is the number 2? You guys were so close. You got DevNet Associate, you guessed DevNet Expert.
Yeah.
I tried to hint it at you. Between them is the DevNet Professional certification to go through.
Of course.
Well, that brings us to the end of the CLR feud as we go through, and I want to thank all of my contestants for joining me on stage for a little bit of fun as we go through. We've had a great time here in the Master Series studio, and there will be more sessions through the rest of the event, as well as the ability to watch all of these on demand after the fact. And that's all for me here in the Network Automation Game Show. Hank Preston from DevNet signing out. Talk to you all later.
Because its operations network was independent from IT, an attack could have found its way into the grid and no one would have known, until it was too late. By extending the IT network out to operations, Cisco was able to help secure the entire system, both now and in the future. And with Cisco IoT technology, the new, virtually fail-proof system is as reliable as it is secure. One unified network. It's why tonight, in Turku, life will go on like it always has and always will.
Between on and always on, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
For years, we've been hearing about IoT.
Ooh, look, my cat just woke up. Let me put the lights on for her.
It's time to get real. This is about big, industry-changing things, complex things. It's about a network of things that includes this, and these, and that thing, and whatever this is. You've got more data than you can shake a stick at, and that stick generates data too. This is industrial-strength IoT. It connects turbines to power grids, pipeline operations to refineries, first responders to life-saving devices. It's a big challenge, and it makes a difference to our lives. So how do you meet it head-on? Not like this. Like this. Only Cisco can securely connect tens of thousands of assets at the farthest edge of your network to the heart of your business, no matter the scale. With security built in, not bolted on, and a flexible network to grow as your business expands. Now, IT's happy, ops are happy, innovation is accelerated, business is transformed, lives are improved. Between big ideas and big results, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
This is the data center, and it deals with demand. Demand that's coming from anywhere, any place, any device. Billions of things, millions of apps, clouds of all kinds, demands for capacity, for analytics, for real-time insights, giving customers exactly what they want. And it's all landing right here. But that's okay, because you're not just waiting for it. You've got ACI Anywhere, a remote control that gives you the power to answer any need, choose any cloud, manage and secure any demand, right from here. So tell them to bring it on. You're ready, anytime and anywhere. Cisco ACI goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. The power is here. And here. But also here. And definitely here. Anywhere you need the full force and power of your infrastructure, hyper-converged. It's like having thousands of data centers, wherever you need them, powering applications anywhere they live, but managed from the cloud. So you can automate everything from here. Cisco HyperFlex goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. National Instruments had a predicament. Bandwidth demands were on the increase. And while growth is good, their IT budget wasn't keeping pace. Not so good. IT needed to deliver more bandwidth to offices around the world while keeping spending under control. That's not so easy. Suddenly, the company that helps engineers accelerate innovation found themselves needing help. Oh, and it needs to be fast, flexible, affordable, and secure too. A tall order, but by no means an impossible one. Not with the decision to turn to us, the people who invented the network in the first place. Using a Cisco SD-WAN solution in Cisco services, we massively increased their bandwidth. Where their budget held them back, we propelled them forward. Now, most companies would be delighted right there, but we went further. Network deployments are faster than ever. And where their old network generated problem tickets faster than anyone could count, the number of WAN-related tickets has decreased 70% in the past year. All of this to prove that between those frozen processes of yours and free-flowing productivity, there's a bridge. Tell us what you're imagining, and we will build the bridge to get you there.
Stel je voor, de eerste zijde uit China. Kruiden uit Indië. Thee, rubber, suiker. Al de rijkdom van de wereld kwam hier, in deze plaats.
For over 500 years, the lifeblood of commerce has flowed in and out of the port of Rotterdam. Today, it's on a scale and at a speed never before imagined, until now.
There is a lot at stake. We have vessels entering the dangerous cargo. We have very large container carriers. If one gets stuck in the entrance, the entire harbor is jammed. Consequences, safety-wise and economically, are immense if something goes wrong. The logistics are easy, but to make the puzzle work, that is complicated.
Making the puzzle work is a network of sensors spread across the port's 41 square miles, providing terabits of data. 200 calculations a minute. Wind, tides, currents, and visibility, to help guide 130,000 ships a year and protect 468 million tons of cargo.
In my function, in my job, the security is the main thing. If we have the right data and the reliability is proven, we can predict what the situation will be 3, 4, 5 hours in advance, and we can plan with that. After careful evaluation and planning, everything is possible in Rotterdam, and that's the thing we are proud of.
The confidence to run Europe's largest port, and one company delivers all that sensor data safely, delivers all that data securely. Between the storied past and a modern efficiency the Dutch would call
ongelooflijk,
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Here's a question. In a world where data goes everywhere, where does that put your data center? At the moment, trends are born, greeting customers with every detail they need. At the point where all your clouds meet and share. But also on watch, securing everything and everyone. In an uncentered world, you need a data center that extends to every branch, every device, every cloud, everywhere. The Cisco data center goes everywhere your data is. Between data everywhere and exactly where you need it, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
There is something unique about a baby's cry. Like no other sound, it stirs our instinct to nurture and protect. Unfortunately, those cries sometimes go unheard. Because in some neonatal wards in Uganda, there isn't enough equipment or staff. Now those cries can be heard with the help of a wearable monitor that displays critical information for each baby, enabling nurses to immediately respond with the proper care. This life-saving technology was developed by Neopenda, a medical device company serving emerging markets and underserved people. Cisco's support helped Neopenda further develop the technology that connects its devices. This is one more example of how Cisco empowers social entrepreneurs to use innovative technology to make the world better. Between a baby's cry and a nurse's care, there's a bridge.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The Ellen Show is the #1 daytime talk show in America. By far, the biggest thing we do all year is our Mother's Day event. It's so much fun, and our fans just love it. We spend a lot of time aligning the show with brands that want to be a part of the Ellen experience.
Hey guys. Hey New York. Hi. There were a bunch of moms-to-be all over the country who tried to get tickets, but they could not get tickets.
We're usually working on a really tight schedule. The faster we can launch or join meetings, the better.
Hi. I am going to use Cisco video technology to surprise them. I don't want to surprise the baby out of you, but surprise!
Some of us are in LA, some of us are in New York. There's an enormous amount of collaboration that goes on between us. And it really doesn't matter if we're on a laptop in our office or on the lot.
We're back, and so far no one in the audience has gone into labor. Well, we're just getting started.
Because we don't always have things nailed down until the last minute, communication becomes a really big deal. Being able to share, tweak, and review Microsoft Office documents within WebEx Teams and actually see those changes as they're being made, that's huge. We do hundreds of integrations every year, so we've gotten to the point where if we weren't using WebEx Teams, it would just slow the whole process down. With Cisco WebEx Teams, we know this is going to be the best Mother's Day show ever.
Between teamwork and the biggest show of the year,
Be kind to one another. Happy Mother's Day!
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Every day, every night, everywhere. People are living on the streets. We see it. We all know it's a problem. But what can we do? In Brisbane, Australia, 2 young mates decided to do something. They would start small. They decided not to call them homeless. They would call them friends. Then, they outfitted a van with a washer, dryer and a shower and hit the streets of Brisbane to wash their friends' clothes. Orange Sky was born. One van quickly became 2, then 4, then 20. The operation, staff, logistics needed to scale, and quickly. So Orange Sky found a partner. Cisco tailored a Meraki network that can grow as they grow. Intuitive dashboards at the head office and robust Wi-Fi in every vehicle let Orange Sky monitor vans and onboard devices remotely via the cloud. Cisco WebEx connects leaders in real time with staff and volunteers, whose energy and enthusiasm is essential to the model's success. What happened? Something wonderful. While friends waited for their clothes to wash and dry, they talked. A simple connection, joining a community, perhaps for the first time in years. If one load of laundry can do that, who knows what's possible? Between cleaning clothes and creating a community, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
When mankind took its first steps on the moon, the images were captured with a lens made by Zeiss. When precision is in question, in manufacturing, science, medicine, anything, the answer, accurate to 200 billionths of a meter, is provided by Zeiss. Getting it right. Getting it precisely right. For nearly 2 centuries, Zeiss has set the standard for industrial precision and optic excellence. Looking forward, looking further, and innovating to get there. Now, technology is pushing us faster than ever toward a more connected world. Can Zeiss lead the way? They're already there. Zeiss has partnered with Cisco. Innovation and precision are now online. A team from Cisco Customer Experience working with Zeiss has designed an innovative IoT strategy, setting a new standard for Zeiss connected data. Cisco Kinetic enables Zeiss to securely gather more information than ever, putting it to use in ways never before imagined, predicting performance and protecting uptime. Cisco WebEx brings Zeiss technicians and industrial customers together at a moment's notice, enabling innovation on the fly. The result? More advanced products, happier consumers, increased revenues. What they say is true. They don't make them like they used to. At companies using Zeiss, partnered with Cisco, they make them better. Between precision and the pace of business, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.